day 2 of the Care Show. We've been stuck in here all night
Do we look like mobsters?
you can't swear.
I mean, that's not really swearing, is it?
We are carrying on with the caring conversations today. Oh, should we head on out? We're carrying on with the caring conversations today. Sakara and I are going to be heading out as well, doing some live streams again. But you've got quite a few interviews lined up today, haven't you?
Yeah, tons of people in the studio. Still a few more spots, so if you're watching, you're here, book a slot, or just come and see us. So we've got slots in the afternoon. But first, we've got the legend. It's Michael Corbett. So I'm going to go.
Okay, you head on, go. Yeah, shall we? I'll just follow you. York's running. Sorry. Perfect. So this is the studio. They're just setting up for the interview now. So we'll come back in a mo.
Hello, welcome back. It's for the second day of the Care Show London to the Caring Conversation studio. And we are with the legend, the man, Mr. Corbett.
How are you?
Good to see you. Good to see you.
Good to see you.
How was day 1?
Listen, for us, day 1 was pretty epic. We were a bit overwhelmed by the amount of people who rocked up. It was very busy, good buzz, good energy. I don't think I've ever seen the theatres as packed as what they were. And it just feels a good feeling all round.
Nice.
Really, really good.
And what are you picking up on for day 2? What are you excited about for day 2?
Well, there's still a lot of good talks coming out in day 2, still covering a lot around education, recruitment, running a business. CQC, still always a hot topic with the new framework out there as well.
Indeed.
You know, and from our point of view, day 2 is that opportunity to keep a bit more from your own personal development, but actually to help improve the business as well. So there's plenty of action. And we're expecting a good crowd again. So fingers crossed on that side.
Good. Right, we've been covering different topics over the last few days, over yesterday. So we've got marketing and sales, CQC, lifestyle and activities, and mental health. Would you like to have a discussion about any of those areas? I was thinking maybe marketing and sales for you.
We could do marketing and sales.
I think, obviously events is a big part of a company, especially if you're a supplier to the care sector. So talk to me about, events in general. Why do you think, what's the value for a supplier attending an event like this?
Well, there's a lot. So we run, as Close to Still, we run a lot of healthcare events and trade shows. And Care Show is the most unique. And the reason for that is when we ask post-show, the main reason you attend. It's the only show where the delegates, so care home or domiciliary care, say, I'm coming to see suppliers. Everything else is generally education talk led. And so it's a huge opportunity to get your product in front of or face-to-face of prospective buyers. But actually, the real benefit of what we're seeing is it gives you an opportunity to speak to your peers, who you can collaborate with, who you can share best practice with, and if they get a customer come on board and they say what else you're looking for, they can recommend you. So there's a lot of power in face-to-face. Social care is all about being face-to-face, and we're only seeing the trends increase. Shows are growing, the interactions are growing, and whether it's a big trade show like Care Show, whether it's the road shows, whether it's forums, just the importance of being out, being seen is huge.
There is a huge value in that face-to-face. As much as you can send emails and connect with people on LinkedIn, I think that having those touch points where you meet people, even if you're not selling, you're just actually meeting them, creating that, there's strength in that connection in that moment, and even us here at Five and a Bite, we're not really sort of on a selling stand today, right? We're part of a feature. We're still getting people come up to us and say, oh, actually, we're really interested. Can you tell us about the process? Can you tell us how it works? So from our perspective, it just gives an opportunity for those random conversations that you can never have. And I've, over the course of coming to the different care shows, have met some people who are now kind of considered good friends in the business world. So I think it's really, really valuable, and that night out in the middle is always good as well, right?
It is. It can get dangerously scary.
Yeah.
They can be heavy nights. But again, we're working in a sector where it's about people. And that's the important thing of any face-to-face is you become not a brand, you become human, and that's really important just for that networking building. I say you and I, known each other for a long time now, and that network's just grown. The people who you'll chat and speak to outside of work.
Yeah.
And that's really key. because it doesn't seem like hard selling. That's never what we want to achieve.
Exactly, yeah. So, Care Show Birmingham then.
Yes.
What's cracking? Is there any interesting stuff going on up there? What should we, this stuff will go out leading in up to the Care Show Birmingham. What should people be excited about?
Well, it's by far a long way our biggest show that we've ever had. We should be approaching 300 exhibitors and suppliers,
Wow.
which makes it one of the biggest, the biggest we've ever had on record, and I think the biggest in Birmingham ever. We're covering a lot more hands-on opportunities as well, so actually more hands-on training for managers, so actually then real nuggets of information they can apply either to their carers or managing above. That's exciting. We've got more entertainment as well, so it's not just a trade show. We've got a couple of celebrity speakers who will be announced in the build-up.
Interesting.
No exclusives just
okay,
yet. I'm sure they're coming your way.
yet.
And it's a lot more of the same, a lot more new, a lot more, again, opportunity for peer-to-peer networking. So again, one of the things we're working on is if you're coming on your own from a care provider, big trade shows can be quite scary and overwhelming. So we're looking at doing buddy schemes, we're looking at doing areas where you can just speak to those in the sector so you don't feel like you're being sold to. And so we're trying to make it a real experience, and that's the real key thing for us, is we want the shows to be an experience, not just a learning day out or a fun day out.
What's the top tip you've got for someone attending an event as a delegate? What should they be looking out for?
Absolutely plan. We put the program on the website. We have the show app. The show app works with both shows, so you can see who's exhibiting, you can see what peers are turning up, and you can create a schedule. And the reason that schedule is so important, we've got 12 theatres. There's a lot of content, and if you turn up on the site, you can just be overwhelmed of knowing where to go. Plan ahead, you'll make the most of it, and come with three kind of activities you want to come away with. What's your alpha? What's the one thing, if you don't achieve on the site, you'll be sad to do? What's your your beta? Actually, if you didn't do it, you'd be a bit disappointed. And then see, how many people do you want to meet? How many suppliers do you want to see?
How many glasses of champagne in the beer and bubbles?
Absolutely.
Yeah,
in our beer and bubbles bar. Yeah.
Well, lovely. I'm glad the show is going well.
Thank you.
And we're really looking forward to Birmingham. So
Bring it on.
thanks very much, and thanks for coming
Always
into
a
the
pleasure.
studio.
Take care.
And we'll see lots of people today.
Thank you.
Thank you very much to Michael. We will be back shortly.
Show live. It is already so busy, and it's only just gone 20 past 10. So I think it's going to be a very busy day again today. But I'm just going to head over here to Expend to have a little chat with them. Hello, how are you? Good morning. I'm good, thank you. Would you be able to tell me a little bit about the company and what you guys do?
Absolutely. So we're a business expense management app. We've been around for several years now, but this is our first time at the show, so it's very exciting for us. We help care homes and other businesses in the UK manage their company expenses. So it's as simple as that, really.
Amazing. So you said it's the first time at the show. What do you want to get out and then like the 2 days then?
So we found in the last couple of years that we've had a huge uptake in the amount of care home or care service providers that have started using our product, and it is a really good fit for their needs. So we wanted to come here, meet some new people. Obviously, there's a lot of software actually in the industry, so it's been great to see that and to connect with some existing customers who we've seen in the yesterday. It was great, and just put our brand out there. So.
I think coming to events is a really good place for that, isn't it? And like you said, you get to see so many people. Oh gosh, sorry, I'm attached to my. There we go. But yeah, it's a really good place to come. Yeah. But I know you've got this wheel. Could you explain a little bit about this or what you can win?
Just a bit of fun.
Yeah.
So we've got a lot of different swag that people have been able to win. So have a go, have a spin.
Thanks. Let's see. A pen! I do love a pen. Oh my goodness. Thank you so much. We love a pen in our office. I'll pop them in my pocket. Let me give you a leaflet as well. So we are doing caring conversations. So it's a live chat where you're talking about 4 different topics with your colleague. So if you do fancy doing that, you can book in an interview slot or just head on over. We're just over there. You can't really miss us. So yeah, come on over if you do fancy a little bit of a chat. Cool. Thank you so much. No worries. Thank you. And you. I can't believe I got caught up with my leaflets. I don't know what happened. Something happened with my lanyard. How embarrassing. But I think York is ready with another interview. So I will head back to the studio where you will see that interview.
Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live from the Care Show London. I'm here with Adam. Hi, Adam.
Hello, hi.
How are you doing?
Yeah, it's busy. It's very busy. Busier than last year, which is great for the show organisers. I'm sure they're very happy about it. Yeah, it's great to see familiar faces, such as you.
Thank you very much. Right. So let's talk about sales and marketing.
Yeah.
So you run Spring Up PR.
Right.
What's hot? What's good?
Yeah.
How are people generating leads,
Yeah.
converting customers for their care homes, their home care businesses at the moment?
Well, I mean, there's care providers who come to us looking for more inquiries, particularly from privates. One of the main things right now is on the digital side, particularly I would say Google pay-per-click. If there is any care home system that aren't running Google pay-per-click systems at the moment, and they want to literally generate more inquiries than they're already getting, switch on Google Ads, do it properly, have a good backup system with live chat, for example, because with Google pay-per-click you're going to be driving more interest from families seeking care in their catchment areas. So you want to have ways to make sure that you capture their information. You get them engaged. Live chat, for example, works particularly well with Google pay-per-click right now. And make sure your website is fast on mobile speeds, because this is a digital journey that people are making to make that inquiry.
I was talking to someone yesterday about live chat and how some people don't want to pick up the phone. They might not be in a scenario where they can talk freely. I personally prefer, in certain situations, a live chat because it means I can do other things at the same time. Whereas if I'm on the phone, I'm tied to that.
Cool.
Yeah.
And also, it can be quite an emotional time for people as well, can't it? So they can be kind of, quite worried about the scenario they're about to enter into, quite worried about the process, they're worried about their mum or their dad or something like that. Yeah.
Oh, exactly. And another thing as well, you're spot on, is that it's actually quicker to do a live chat versus email or phone. And for some people, for various reasons, speed and doing things quicker is part of where we're at. And live chat does offer that as an option. Now, rightly so, excuse me, some care homes, care providers tell me oh, they don't like the idea of the live chat because they like to speak individually to someone. I get it, 100% I understand. However, reality is, and the data, importantly, the data shows us that people do make genuine and proper inquiries and indeed full-length conversations via people, via homes, via live chat. So, as I said, I would just say do it. Let's get it up and running.
Yeah. I mean, live chat in the grand scheme of marketing your care home is not expensive, really, is it?
No.
Yeah.
There's various options that people can choose from. It's obviously moving more and more towards AI, and there's a company called, a partner of ours called Chat for Business, who are actually very good at that, and they're moving forward on that.
Marcus was in the studio earlier yesterday.
Right, yeah. The key thing that you have to remember here is the real, because it's a care conversation, right? And as you rightly said, it's emotional, it's a hard and big decision. So that real life person who has the language, who you can speak to is very, very important. One vital area on this, people know if it's a bot. Sometimes if it's AI, that's why I'm a little bit skeptical of AI right now. 6 months down the line will change. But if you know that you've got a bot there, it's very different to the scenario compared to if you know you've got a real person.
Yeah. I think, with the advent of AI and things coming in, you've got to show even more than you did before that you're human, that you're real, that you can be trusted. I'm a big sort of, this idea that you can say, like, generate images or video content of AI of your care home, I think is hugely disingenuous, and that you should really think carefully before doing that.
No way
I think
right now.
Yeah,
Not say that won't change, but like very right now.
Yeah, I think it's really important to be kind of human and truthful in the process. What's kind of working at the top of funnel for you then, in terms of just driving attention to campaigns? What's really interesting?
So when you mean top of the funnel,
just as in general brand awareness, building awareness of your care home.
Okay, great question. I understand. So obviously, reputation is key. Any care home watching this will know that reputation is vital. Now, every care home listening will know this. They are getting inquiries via referrals, via recommendations. That's bread and butter for many, many care homes. But of course, if you want to amplify that reputation, if you want more and more people to know about the wonderful things that you do, then you have to be thinking about additional ways that you can achieve that. For example, positive and ongoing press coverage. Every single care home can get positive press coverage every 3 months. Regional journalists love to hear about positive news coming out from care homes, and every care home, I believe, should make sure that they are literally pumping out those stories once every 3 months.
Yeah, I was talking to a home manager yesterday who they tend to quite regularly do nice events for individual. So there's a lady that loves George Ezra, and they arranged and took her to a George Ezra concert. And local news and regional news would love that, wouldn't they?
Yeah, exactly. And then as you were kind of hinting at as well, there's community engagement and then the networks. I was speaking to a regional manager of a leading, big domiciliary care agency. Every three months, their branch, it's not a care home, their branch has a community event where they bring in stakeholders, district nurses, commissioners, nurses, discharge people from the hospital, for example. Literally that personal one-to-one touch events, small little networking events. And that's for a dom care agency that has a branch, has an office. The care home, of course, has a care home, a bigger facility. So they've got a lot more scope for organising those kind of things. And there's many speakers here today.
You should be sort of going to local fetes and local events, small local events.
And bringing people into the home and organising, having these networking events, even if it's a tea or a coffee or a drink or a lunch or a cake.
Yeah.
Bringing people in and putting in a diary to do it.
It's good ways as well to generate sort of longer term leads where you say, you have a campaign that runs to get people to come along to a day where you do an afternoon tea. Something like that. So you invite people from the community and you say, all right, on the 17th of July, we're going to have an afternoon tea. And we invite people in for that. And, they are people that might be influencers in the local community, well connected, or, are your potential clients going down the line that all build that affinity with your brand and with your home and become part of the community. I've got one final question for you. It's a very important one. What's your favourite alternative milk?
Favourite alternative milk? Yeah, I struggle with that. None of them would be my favourite alternative. I'm a full fat whole milk person.
Like
look at the size of me.
Do you like a gold top? Yeah, you need it.
Yeah.
Do you like a gold top Jersey milk?
Yeah, I'd love that. I love a goat milk as well.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think we could say that's an alternative milk. Goat milk.
Well, but let me answer your question. I don't want to avoid it. But if I had to choose, I would probably say my wife. She has cashew yogurt, which is very nice. So if there was a cashew milk,
there is cashew milk. You can get cashew milk.
And by the way, on this subject, I actually think it's a very, very good thing that we have these alternatives to dairy milk. So good question, by the way.
Thank you. Well, thank you very much for coming to the studio.
All right,
good luck with your talk today.
Right.
So thanks to Adam there. We will be back shortly with Lee Trueman, I believe. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live at the Care Show London. We're here with Lee.
Hello, how are we doing?
Good, thank you. How are you?
Yeah, really good, really good. Always good to be out in London at the Care Show. So, first ever Care Show London, excited. I remember this was my first event back in 2014 when
Wow.
it was the Health Plus Care Show. So, yeah, holds a special place for me. So,
Nice,
yeah,
right.
delighted to be here.
So we're going to talk about mental health today. What are your thoughts on mental health in the workplace? What are you thinking? What are you saying?
It's probably one of the biggest kind of problems that we've got, especially in the care sector, because if we look at the care sector staff in general, it's people who are almost on the breadline and not kind of like they haven't got a lot of buffer zone, so they haven't managed to save money if the car breaks down or that rainy day happens. So obviously there's a lot of pressure on that. The job that they do, there's a lot of mental health pressure on that as well. So, I mean, I think it's one of the biggest problems facing the care sector is looking after our people so they can look after the service users properly.
So yeah, I think when you look at people in the care sector, and especially a lot of sort of carers, and ultimately they don't get paid enough, which we know. But yeah, when you're in that scenario where you're in a job that can be quite high pressure, because you are responsible for people's well-being, and to then when something happens, like something breaks down, and that money pressure adds that. I think the care worker, obviously you wear a care worker's charity badge. I think it's a great tool. Have you heard about their? They've got counselling service that people that work in care can.
Yeah, so Co-workers Charity do a lot, obviously. There's a lot of grants. Definitely worth a visit to their website. There's a lot of sort of other organisations out there. But like you say, mental health doesn't care. It's indiscriminate. So we can look at celebrities, we can look at sort of people like Gary Speed, and we can look at Chester from Lincoln Park. Obviously, when you listen back to the Lincoln Park lyrics, you can see they suffered from mental health at some point, but there's a difference. I mean, God rest his soul, Lincoln Park, one of my favourite bands ever, but there's a difference between someone of the status of Chester who can go through a bad mental health period and take 6 months, 12 months off work without missing a beat, to a carer who just doesn't have that luxury. They don't have that comfort. They can't say, that's it, my mental health's bad, I need to stop working for even 2 weeks would probably financially cripple a carer. So there's that on it. And if you look at have you seen the Maslow's hierarchy of needs?
No.
So I'll see if I can post something on LinkedIn a little bit later, but it's basically a pyramid that you've got your kind of basic needs at the bottom, so food, shelter, and then as you move up the pyramid.
Oh yeah, okay, I know what you mean, yeah.
And it was first put together, I think, 1942, something in the 40s anyway, and it's never been more sort of relevant today. There's, like to say, people who cost of living is just ridiculous. I think everyone feels the pinch, let alone carers who, like to say, not all of them are paid the most, so having that financial pressure is crazy, as well as because the nature of the job they do, people don't come into care to get rich, they do it because they care. So when they've got a client who might deteriorate, then that's going to be a big impact on their mental health as well. Then they've got their own financial cost of living, other mental health implications as well. And the fact that the system's quite broken is, it's a bit of a tricky time, isn't it? But it's something that we need to talk about a bit more.
Well, I think and this sort of leads quite nicely into the work you guys do, right? Where actually sometimes companies just aren't getting the basics right in terms of a rostering system, for example, where if you're running a care home or a home care company where you're still using a paper-based system to schedule people's work, that creates a huge pressure point because it can't easily be changed because they've got to go or they've got to call up, get permission. So I use a rostering system where people can swap their shifts about and change things about. They can communicate with each other, which just gives people the opportunity to manage their own life a bit with a bit more flexibility and a bit more freedom. That allows you as an organisation to offer that, and I think it's really important. Do you want to talk a bit about around that, just what companies can do to help?
Yeah. So I think just allowing the carers to self-serve, but not only that, it's about matching the carers with the clients they like. Obviously, we know that the client's needs come first, but I was doing a talk with Nurse Buddy yesterday where 71% of carers said that when they had visits with clients they liked, that they had a more impactful day. They felt better after finishing work. So I think if carers can be matched up with the clients that they like, then that will be sort of huge. But I think, like I say, there's, like say, health automated architecture allows the carers to pick and choose the shift. So if they need to grab a shift or change it, if they need to communicate with the office, then it can be done there. So again, just allowing that communication just a little bit more freer than maybe going on to WhatsApp, and we've all seen the horror story with WhatsApp.
Well, I mean, I think you see kind of a lot of companies going, oh, we're going to, introduce this well-being app or some these things like that, when actually they haven't got the basics right in a lot of cases. You need to get those fundamental basics right to make sure that people sort of understand where they need to be, when they need to be there, how much they're going to get paid for it, what they're going to take home. That they understand that they got space to, if they need to be sick, that they can be, and they can do that with permission. So I think it's quite an interesting sort of area, isn't it?
Yeah, because it all starts at the top, doesn't it? Because it's all well and good getting these answers, and these answers are great if the leadership at the top is right. But if the leadership at the top is a little bit sexist, maybe a little bit racist, a little bit mental healthist, then
mental healthist
is that a word? I don't know.
Probably not.
Neurodiverse.
It's just been invented today by you.
Yeah. There you go. Copyright. But if the person getting the answers is kind of like not that interested in people, then they're going to go, but that's not true, that's not true, that's not true. So it all starts at the top, and having a good leader, when a good leader gets those answers that they might not like, it might be a little bit uncomfortable for them, but I know me as a leader, and I know that you as a leader would get those answers, and it would wound us, because we like to see ourselves as good leaders, we like to do the best for our people, but we do the right thing with those answers. We'd like, right, okay, so people have reported an increase of 50% in mental health when they're not with clients that they like. What can we do about that? And then we change it. But if the leadership at the top is toxic, then it will always kind of drip down from the top.
What have you got a top tip for sort of helping? Obviously, everybody manages their mental health in a different way. You got a top tip for how you do you?
I think it's, for me, it's just finding something that you like to do. So I like to go for a walk after work, because being homework most of the time, then it's quite easy to finish work at 5 and then go upstairs and sit on the sofa, and there's no disconnect. So going for a nice long walk around the estate is nice.
So building a little commute to your...
just building a little commute, building that in. And just kind of breaking it up with a little bit of nature. And I think weirdly enough, I love ironing. And that's my kind of like, if I'm feeling stressed, anxious, I just take loads of shirts that are like really creased, iron them. And it just helps somehow. I'm not sure why. I spoke to, speaking of co-workers charity, I did a panel with Carolina a long time ago, about 2 years ago now, and she said that her reprieve from mental health is pressure washing.
Yeah.
She loves pressure washing the patio.
Yeah.
Makes her feel better.
There you
Whatever
go.
works for you, do it. Not one size fits all.
Yeah. Well, I've got one final very important question for you. What's your favourite alternative milk?
Oats? Is that a bit boring?
Well, it's up to you. It's your preference, right?
Yeah. I did say oat, not goat.
Yeah, oat, not goat,
No. And that is mainly because I don't drink much milk, so I have black coffee generally. So the missus has oat milk, so it's in the fridge by default.
Done. It is the life of convenience, right there.
There you go. Definitely.
Thank you very much for coming in, Lee.
Cheers.
Good to
Always
see
a
you.
pleasure.
Thank you. But we will be back shortly. Thank you very much. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio, live at the Care Show London. We are here with the legends. It is Big Ian.
Not quite. I don't feel particularly legendary this morning. Day 2, getting up early for the Care Show. So,
How's it been? How have you found it?
honestly, yesterday it was like an anthill. The place was so busy. Loads of new faces, loads of familiar faces. I honestly think there were about twice as many people as we've seen before. It was so busy. Every little avenue, every little alley, the theatres were full. It was so busy. It was a cracking day, and I think that's why people are a little bit tired this morning.
Yeah. Well, I heard it was more than double than they expected.
Wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, it was really busy, wasn't it? So we're going to talk a little bit today about lifestyle and activities. So obviously you work with lots of people that live in homes or interact with the care sector.
Yep.
Yeah, I think it would be great just to kind of talk a bit about, obviously everybody's an individual, but I don't know what works for people. What advice can you give people for activities and lifestyle?
Well, I think the problem is activities deemed as icing, as something that's quite showy that you can stick on an Instagram feed or Facebook or something like that. And activity isn't just some frosting. It isn't a cherry on your Bakewell tart. It's part of it. It's part of the cake. And so what you've got to do is you've got to find things that actually enrich people's lives and aren't there to tick a box. Like these people where they say, "Oh, this is our activity thing for the next 2 weeks," and they have a load of pictures of what the activities are. Can I be honest? Newspapers is not an activity. Right? It really isn't an activity. And I think we need to have the tail wag the dog. Don't give people what we think they want. Give people what they need. See, and how do we assess whether an activity is good? Do we assess it by having a load of people all in a room watching something? Or is it a one-to-one?
Yeah, I mean, because that could legitimately be, I know, let's watch Wimbledon final. That's an activity, an activity.
Yeah,
but
well, the
some
real
people
activity
like it,
is, if you watch the Wimbledon final, and I once did this, you then go into the room with all of the people who love tennis and go, Borg or McEnroe? At which point, you have the biggest heated debate ever, right? You can just have anyone, and then you could say, Martina or Serena, and you go, oh, no, and they just argue, and then you've got a debate, and everybody's involved, and it's humorous, and it's fun, and then you can watch the thing.
I thought you said you were going to dress up in,
hey, I'm always in my shorts. always in my shorts.
Headbands, wristbands.
But I did a thing recently, an international pre-record thing for Napa. Went all around the world. In fact, I'm speaking in America next year because of it. And it was all about making activity fit. And the only way we can make activity fit is by knowing people and not by knowing what they did for a job. Like there's this thing where they say, oh, Elsie used to work in a knickers factory as a seamstress. Let's give her loads of something to do. And the answer is, no! She did that to put food on the table. She hated it. She's now got, hands like root ginger from being a seamstress. It's not what she wanted to do, it's what she had to do.
Hands like root ginger.
I often think, in years to come, if I was in a care home, do they look at what I did for a living and think, right, well, he was a bouncer when he was 20-odd. Why don't we give him some fights to break up? Do you mind? I'm 80-odd. I'll not bother. So, rather...
But I think if they gave you a stage to talk on...
Oh, well, the babies would do
maybe
that.
You'd like that, yeah.
I'm very shy normally. But I can't help thinking we need to ask the question, what makes you happy?
Yeah,
what makes you happy?
Yeah.
What makes your heart go faster? As opposed to what did you do for a living? And there's some great activities going on. I'm involved with a festival in the summer called All Together Now that we do in Nottingham in a care home car park. We empty the car park, we put a big stage up, we put a live band on. We've had guys with MS who love rapping. So we've had the band lay down a track and he's done a Jay-Z number live. We've had people who've never sang before in their 90s playing with a live band and everybody dancing and singing. Do things that are ridiculous. Don't just do the same old things. Don't do four walls. Don't do Homes Under the Hammer and Bidding Room although I do quite like Birmingham. Don't do that. Don't do the great indoors.
Yeah.
Do the great outdoors. Don't do virtual things where you've got something that looks like a train journey on a big telly. Get people out on a train.
Yeah.
Get people out in the fresh air and do real stuff.
And don't use risk as an excuse. Find a way to make it work, right?
They've got dementia.
Yeah.
People have got dementia. They haven't got concrete on their feet.
Yeah.
They're not chained to the inside.
Yeah.
Ask yourself, of the people that you see in a care home, when was the last time they went out in fresh air for a walk, or for a walk, or somebody taking them for a walk, and there'll be a lot of people where it's been a long time. And you think, if that was you, if you hadn't been out of the house for 2 days or a week, if you'd have done locked down and not out of the house, imagine how it would affect you, your mental health, your sleep. Give people stuff that makes Monday feel different to Tuesday, feel different to Wednesday, and help people belong. That's what you got to do.
So I guess it's about that mix of big events through the year, big, like we would as just adults, right? That you don't go to a concert every weekend because it would break you, right?
Little interactions,
a lot of little things, and then the odd big thing.
Little interactions, fun stuff. Even if you've got things like, a couple of people around a table having a bit of tea and cake, and you get an iPad out, or you get something, or you get your YouTube on the screen and say, who like the two Ronnies? What's your favourite thing for that? Or Markham and Wise. And then you can go down. And you go down, and the conversation says, I used to like Cilla Black. And you go, which Cilla Black? I love this song, Anyone Who Had a Heart. You put it on, we all start singing, people start dancing. And they say, I used to like Lulu. And then you do that. And I used to like Val Donegan, Andy Williams, whatever. And Elvis. And then it just got, and then somebody throws in a wild card, Motorhead. Yeah. And you go, right. And then you do all that. Yeah. And that's what you can do. Make things. Don't have something planned. Go free for. If I have a conversation with you.
Welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, here live at the Care Show in London. We're here with Dudley. How are you doing?
Not too bad, and thank you very much for having me. It's been a very exciting and hustling and bustling show. Lots of people around, so yeah, I'm glad to be sharing some of my thoughts with you.
Awesome. So we're going to talk about mental health today. What do you want to talk about? What are your thoughts on it?
I think mental health has really been an interesting area that's really increased and developed since after COVID, and it really went on from a lot of the staff, how they were being cared for, their thoughts were, the pressure, resilience, and it's been ongoing since that time. I was really happy to be involved with Keeping Well, which is a project that the government sanctioned up and down the country for the health sector, and we were one of the actual portals that was created, in the biggest portal working with the NHS, and we specifically developed it for those in social care. We translated it into 50 different languages, we gave short videos, and I was very proud to say that we also created a cooking competition as well.
Nice.
For the staff as well. And so things like depression, anxiety, but the cost of care, the cost of living, all these things affect how we do on an everyday basis. And I always say, if you're not feeling great in yourself, then how can you care for someone else as well? So mental health is really important as well.
So how did those specific tools kind of really help people? Like, you know, what some specific things within that program?
So with this program, what we looked at is, rather than trying to overcomplicate things, it's really the basic elements. So actually taking breaks, having weekends off, actually relaxing when you get home, speaking with other individuals, checking up on individuals and seeing how they are. Because if you see a staff member or a colleague and then they come in, they don't look the same or sound the same, it gives you an insight of how someone's feeling. And one of the things we looked at is definitely providers, is what we can do, like having away days for staff, you know, going maybe to a cafe or even gifts or stuff like that. So normalising. And then the other thing is valuing your staff, appreciating them as well.
Yeah, I think a lot of the time companies just don't get the basics right, which cause all sorts of mental health issues for people. So, for example, having a good rostering system where people can swap shifts, not ringing people up constantly to ask them to cover when you know you shouldn't. Like, you know, those things, I think a lot of the time that just the companies just need to do the basics right.
Yeah.
So, otherwise, you can chuck a wellbeing app in there all you like. But if you're mean to people, don't give them the time off they need, then it's not going to work, right?
Yeah, I think when you're looking at speaking with your staff, take time out to have a bit about how they are. Sometimes the problem when you talk about mental health, it has a stigma, and actually trying to just to understand and using it and say, how are you feeling? How busy is life? How can we help? Putting things in place which then allows them to open up, because a lot of the time the barriers have been communication, and they feel if they say they're not well or mentally unwell, they feel they may lose their jobs, their shifts, or the stigma of it can also play a big part. So
it's really important, isn't it, to understand the context of people's lives, and what they've got going on at home. You know, often you find out if someone acts in a way you might not expect at work, and then actually when you talk to them, you're like, well, they're going through a big thing, they're moving house, or they're getting divorced, or there might be something big happening in people's lives that they're not necessarily going to share with you right away. But getting to know people and understanding is really important, right?
No, I think it's important. And if those who obviously work a lot within sort of health and social care, know things like the Mental Capacity Act, a lot of the time it may be, people's sort of minds may be fluctuating. So if, for example, you're really stressed right now and then you have a bit of a meltdown, doesn't mean that's how you're going to be like all the time. So actually take someone 5 minutes, once they've calmed, then you can have a conversation when they're in a setting which are much more understanding, like a one-to-one and things like that, as opposed to when in the middle of lots of pressure, staff, families, residents, service users coming at you. It can be really full on at times. So,
what's your? I know obviously it's different for everybody. What's the top tip you've got for kind of how you manage your own mental health?
So for me, I think I sometimes work very hard and I can get quite engrossed to the point where you turn around and think, oh my God, it's like 7 in the evening and you've been working. So I try and actually just watch something completely nothing to do with the care sector, maybe a program or something on TV, and catch up with a program and keep that consistent, and just having a nice plate of food, you know.
Yeah.
Something really tasty and
I mean,
enjoyable.
eating properly is so important,
Yeah,
isn't it? Because
yeah.
I do that. I forget I don't have breakfast, and then actually and I realise at like 2:30 that I haven't had lunch, and then I can't be bothered to have something proper, so, and then it just compounds, isn't it, throughout the day?
Yeah. I always say have something every Friday, trying it, force yourself at least once a month to like have a lovely meal and, you know, showcase that for yourself. Treat yourself, why not?
Well, talking about food, I've got one last very important question for you. What's your favourite alternative milk?
Milk?
Milk, yeah.
I think potentially I'm going to go with almond. Before it would have been coconut, but I think I'm with almond at the moment.
Yeah.
Unsweetened.
Unsweetened,
unsweetened, not the sweetened type. So.
I mean, I disagree with you on coconut. You're a monster, but you know.
There you go.
My favourite's oats, but well, thank you very much, Dudley.
No problem.
It's been a pleasure to see you.
No problem.
We will be back with you shortly. Welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio, live at the Care Show London. We're here with Ketan. How are you doing?
Well,
Yeah.
York, how are you?
Good. Good show so far?
Very good.
Perfect.
Thank you.
Good. Been very busy, isn't it?
Yeah, it has, and you know what? The way it's organised,
Yeah.
it is amazing.
Yeah. So we're going to talk about lifestyle and activities today.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you had some experiences with your mother.
Yes.
Would you like to sort of expand on that and let's talk about
Yeah,
that? a
look,
bit?
I mean, my mother went through the whole journey from having a bit of care in the home, dom care, and then eventually going to complex care home nursing environment. And actually, through that journey, as a loved one, you're always worried, especially if they're away from home and they're in a care setting. Are they eating well? Are they drinking well? And actually, what are they doing? And this is where activities, well-being, and sort of planning around that really kicks in. And any provider that really services that well is a big tick for loved ones and the resident themselves, because what happens is it creates longevity in life. Mental well-being is taken care of.
Yeah. I mean, it's as important as like eating well, right? Like that if you just do nothing, you watch TV all day, you will decline.
Yeah.
Mentally.
Yeah. And
over
actually,
time.
with the aged, the decline is quite severe. So there's no gradual period. It will literally go like that. And this is why having the resident mentally active, if possible, physically active, is key. I used to make unannounced visits, which is from a loved one's perspective, the perfect way to see how a care setting is really looking after your mum.
Were they okay about that?
Sorry?
Were they okay with that?
They're absolutely fine.
Yeah.
You know what?
Well, that's a good sign,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I mean, look, I was very lucky.
You should be able to do that.
Yeah,
right?
you should be able to.
Yeah.
And you know what? Seeing your loved one participating in something, having a laugh, being entertained for half an hour or so, brings a smile to their faces, and actually then spiritually and mentally really keeps them up.
So thinking about sort of, you mentioned your mum had home care to start off with and was at home and had home carers coming in. If a home carer, someone that works in home care is watching this, what things did your mum like to do? What were good activities that she?
Yeah, look, there's
enjoyed?
a routine. Clearly, you got sort of the normal sort of care aspect around it: washing, cleaning, getting them ready, getting them hydrated, keeping them fed. But actually, my mother liked to go for walks. A short walk. Even if it's a 15-minute walk, it makes a difference. So a carer that comes in, say for example, 4 times a day, you spend a bit of time outside. Gives you fresh air. Secondly, talk to them. Treat them as a normal person. Treat them as a friend. Don't treat them as somebody that needs help. Be their friend. And actually what happens is you get a lot of engagement back. And then when we go and visit, that level of engagement and communication just keeps coming because mentally they're active.
Yeah. And then when your mum transitioned to a care home, what was her favourite stuff to do at the care home?
Going into the gardens, participating in bingo, participating in what they call skittles and ball throwing, and actually music-led stuff, where you've got entertainers coming in, and actually for half an hour or so performing.
Yeah.
Strangely enough, my children who play instruments, they used to go in and sort of participate in sort of showcasing at Christmas time, carol singing.
I think it's important as a family, isn't it, to like embed yourself in their world. Yeah. Volunteer where you can, help. Even if you're paying loads of money for a care service, there's never enough. There's never enough, right? You always need that real good support and being a good family to kind of help make sure that
it's important, very important, because otherwise what happens is that engagement. Through your life, you've been part of a family network. So why should that disconnect? When you're near the older age and near the end of your life, you should never disconnect.
Yeah, you probably need more connection at that point, right? Don't you?
Yeah, to some extent, yes. I mean, it's a huge investment from the family. You have to go in. So we used to go in the weekend, one Saturday or one Sunday afternoon. One of those days, always used to be committed to going and seeing, from my children's perspective, grandma.
Yeah. Yeah. So, what with the product that you have, how does that kind of help in this area?
Yeah, look, For us, we're a single ecosystem. We're literally bringing an ERP solution to the market. But from an activities and well-being perspective, it is so important to engage the activity coordinator, be part of that sort of ecosystem, and then being able to sort of document and evidence that X amount of residents have potentially participated in something, but actually also document that they've refused to participate, and then understand the reasons why, so that you can then tailor the next time round specific to their requirements. So for us, it's all about, from a documentation perspective at Predicare, to make that very seamless, use that time to re-engage back with the resident, and to top it all off, because right at the outset, AI was at the center of our thought plans 4 years ago. For us, our AI proposition is now becoming industry leading.
Cool.
Yeah.
I've got one last very important question for you.
Yeah.
What's your favourite alternative milk?
Alternative
Milk.
milk? Almond milk.
Almond milk.
Yeah, it's only because we have it at home as well.
That is the answer for most men. My wife has it in the fridge, so that's the one I drink.
Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, thank you very much
Yeah,
for coming
thank
to the
you.
studio. It's been good to see you.
Welcome. Thank you so much.
We will be back shortly with Alfie from Cahoots. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live at the Care Show London. We are here with Alfie.
Hello.
How are you doing, Alfie?
I'm all right, yeah, I'm good.
Yeah, good. We're going to talk about sales and marketing today.
I hope so, yeah.
Sales and marketing for care homes, right. What's the jam? What's popular? What's big? What's interesting? Give us the lowdown.
On sales and marketing for care homes.
Yeah.
So, yeah, I think...
It's a lot to cover. You want to start at the top of the funnel?
Yeah.
What should people... Is a website important?
I think what's important to note is that marketing is a massive thing. When people say marketing, if I say marketing to you, you're going to have an idea in your head of what that looks like. Probably at the forefront is like video, because that's what you do.
Yeah.
You talk to somebody else, you talk to a care home provider or a home care startup, and you say the word marketing to them. What does that mean? So when I say the word marketing, I mean a multidisciplinary spread of like 10 years experience of everything from like SEO, pay-per-click, lead generation, and it's a huge discipline, you know, and one person can't do it all. You need really a team to fully understand marketing. What's probably the most important for care operators is to understand that there is a system to marketing. It's not some kind of dark art, although getting into SEO, it feels like it sometimes.
I had a conversation with someone yesterday about dark social.
Social?
We'll come back round to that. It's interesting. Anyway,
I'm curious about this.
You were saying.
Yeah, so what's important is that it's joined up, because you can very easily get a website, or you can very easily create some content, or you can very easily find a company that will do some paid ads for you. But it's quite difficult then to know what's working, what leads into it. You know, you might run paid ads for 6 months, but nobody told you at the start. Maybe your website's not set up for it. So, yeah, one of the key things for care providers to bear in mind is your marketing has to be joined up, and there's a process to it. You start out with your brand. What's your message? Who are you? And you might think, I've been doing this for 10, 15 years. I know what my company does. I know if I'm a care home. I know what we stand for. And I know our values really well. But how well do you communicate that to your ideal clients? So there's a whole process involved that always starts with the message. What is it you want to say? A lot of people have a website and they want to put a website together because they think they should have a new website. Yeah. And so they go to a company that will build them a website, and then the website company will say, what is it that you want to say to people? And sometimes they'll say, well, we think we're great at providing care, and that's what we do. And sometimes it takes a little bit of a third party to come up and pull back and say, actually, probably what you're selling is peace of mind. You're building trust. So that's the key message.
Yeah. So it's about having that kind of, and I guess ultimately I would say with marketing, if you're a bad company, like if you don't do good work, if you don't care about your team, if you don't care about your customers, you can slap fancy marketing on top of it, but eventually you'll get found out. So I think fundamentally marketing is about taking good and elevating it and showing it off, and getting it out there and making sure that the people you feel you can serve well, whether you're a home care company or a care home or whatever it is you provide, that you can actually get in front of them when they're looking for what you do.
Yeah, and it's important to note that marketing isn't separate from the organisational day-to-day stuff of your care business. It should be part and parcel of it. It should run through the organisation like a stick of rock. Like, it has to be, everyone should know the importance of, we need to promote who we are to our community. And that gets everyone on board. And it shouldn't be like, oh, we're doing the care, there's another company over there or a person who's responsible for marketing. Everyone's responsible for the image, the brand, and it works both ways, because if you have a really nice looking brand, if you have a really nice web presence, your team go, I work for that company, and they feel more proud, and there's a greater sense of pride in work. You get higher retention rates, so it works both ways. It's not something that is separate to. It should be an integrated solution with your whole team and with whoever you've got in house. Whether you've got someone doing social media already or you haven't, they should be plugged into the whole team.
So if someone is, let's create a scenario. Someone's just set up a new home care company. What things do they need to get going to start?
So the absolute first place to start, if you're a new startup dom care business, is to think about what makes you different. Because if you're a care home or home care business and you don't know what makes you different, all you're doing is competing on price. And as soon as you're competing on price, it's a race to the bottom, and that's no fun, and there's no margin in it, and it's difficult. If you know what makes you different, then you don't have any competition, because you're not marketing for the customers that are down the road. You're marketing on your point of difference. And that's not an easy thing to discover sometimes, especially if you just come into the sector, or you're rebranding, or you're trying to find out what is it makes you different. Sometimes that's not so obvious. Or you might say, well, we just deliver the best care. But everybody will say that. So it's about finding a message that works. So that's the first step. Once you know what your message is, the next step is, how do you present that? And the key thing for that is where all of your marketing efforts culminate, because it's 2024, everything heads back to the website.
It's 2024.
It's 2024. I have to check.
Yeah.
Unless I'm time traveling.
Yeah, some time traveling, yeah. Because ultimately, I think your point is, 10 years ago it was a bit different, and actually there's a bit more of a domination from the idea of digital. That your digital shopfront is important, right?
Pre-COVID, I think there were still quite a few care businesses operating on paper, and it's changed everything. People are making decisions about care online now they would never make decisions about. People are looking at 360 views of homes and videos of homes that you do, and making decisions based on that.
Yeah.
So they never actually visit and see, and that's what happened in COVID, and that's a shift that we've seen. So online marketing is more important than ever, but there's a lot of online marketing out there that isn't joined up. And it's all very well if you have your message, that doesn't necessarily relate to, can you then present that message correctly on a website? Can you make your branding work? Do you know how to relate that then to your print marketing, your content marketing? Is your website SEO optimized? Have you done all the things that will make sure that your message that you create that's brilliant now, and that shows you as different, has points of difference, can you make sure that it gets seen by people? Will it stand out?
Because I guess ultimately, unless you have that structure really well in place, any money you invest further than that, new website, pay-per-click, SEO, you're probably wasting a lot of it, because if it's not targeted properly at the right type of customer with the right messages, it's going to be a waste of money. I would say with video, you need to have your kind of stuff, your house in order for video to enhance it, because it doesn't necessarily, it won't fix a sinking ship.
And this is why the marketing has to run throughout the organisation, and the organisation has to be solid, and you need to get the basics right. You need to have a website that works. But it is very sad, actually. One of the reasons that drives me on as a business owner is I get inquiries all the time, and people speak to me all the time about bad experiences they've had with marketing agencies, because it hasn't been joined up. Because they say to an agency, I want more leads. Okay, what does that look like? And then the agency sell them the thing that they're good at, which might be ads, or it might be Facebook, or it might be a website. And then they build the website, and they're like, well, what now? And it's not joined up. And I hear so many stories of people that spend like 3, 4, 5, 6, up to 10, 20 grand on marketing services that aren't joined up, that don't work, that don't think about the next 12, 24 months, where they've got to look at, okay, so you can get a lead, but can you convert them? All right. You can get leads, but maybe recruitment marketing is a thing, and that shouldn't be that you need a whole separate budget for that. It should be considered within the whole marketing ecosystem.
So, dark social.
Dark social.
So
I think you're going to teach me something.
Yeah,
here.
this is interesting. So, I think it's probably not got the right name, but basically it's the idea that there's social networks and messaging systems that you can't operate in or see. So, for example, a good example would be like a WhatsApp group.
Yeah.
Where people talk about you or your brand or your company. You know, you have no control over that, but that does happen a lot now. So it's almost a new form of word of mouth where, I know across the care sector, for example, there is multiple big WhatsApp groups with lots of people in it that share information. I think we're in one, right, where someone said, "Oh, I'm looking for a new care system," and then people came on and recommended this one, and you as a brand, you're not privy to that. It's quite an interesting thing. Like, I wonder if there's a way to sort of help influence it, or I guess ultimately, if your marketing's good, when you're talked about and then people come and check you out, you'll do well out of it.
Yeah. So I mean, dark social is probably where most of the decisions that care operators want to be made are made on WhatsApp groups between families that you can't have any control over. It's the whole family got together and they're sending a link probably to the website or to a video they've seen. And we don't have any control over that, but we can control what they see once they send that link.
Yeah, and that looks good, and the reviews are good, and everything's up to date, and you're sharing information about what you do, and all of those bits and pieces. Yeah,
it's so overwhelming. There's so many different parts to it. Google reviews, you know.
Yeah.
I could talk for about half an hour on Google reviews and just how important it is to respond to messages.
And Google My Business, I think, is a really important part that people miss out on quite a lot.
Google Business Profile, they renamed it, confusing everybody.
Yeah, you absolutely should own that. Have it, get pictures on there, add videos to it, respond to the reviews, and it's actually fairly simple to do.
But it's about habit forming.
Yeah.
Because it's about spending 5 minutes every week or like 30 minutes a month just managing all of this stuff. And if you don't know the plan, and you don't know what you don't know, right? So as a care operator, probably you're busy running around, putting out fires, managing staff, recruiting all the time, you know, evergreen recruitment, and spending that half an hour a month or 5 minutes a week on Google My Business or Google Business Profile is something that if you're not in the habit of doing, it's a very difficult habit to form.
Yeah.
But if you have a partner or support or provider or someone in-house that can do it for you, that's where you see the growth, because it's consistency. And that's what makes good marketing, is the joined up, consistent marketing versus the one-off, I'm going to spend, or we've had people come to us and say, we did flyering and it didn't work for us. We did a leaflet drop and it didn't work. I was like, okay, well, where did you target and how many times did you do it? And they say, we targeted the whole of Birmingham and we did it once. Like, oh, right, yeah. So, of course, and they got one lead from it and it paid for the whole campaign, but they said it didn't work. And the key is making sure that you do it consistently. So target maybe a smaller area, but do it more repetitively. Find an area, maybe a postcode that you think these are our ideal clients in, and then do it 5-10 times. That's where you see its repetition. You know, it used to be that you needed 7 points of contact before somebody would contact you, before you had a lead. You know, so someone would see you on Facebook, they'd see you at a show, they'd see you here, and then eventually you'd have enough brand awareness to make a decision, and they'd come to you. Now it's something like 13, 14. The amount
is that because of the saturation of the market?
Saturation, people's attention span.
Yeah. Oh, interesting. Okay. Well, I've got one final, very big, important question for you. What's your favourite alternative milk?
So I've changed actually. I thought oat had won the whole race, right? Because Sawyer came in and was like, but well before everybody else. Dominated the market and then kicked back and was like, I've won this, boys.
Yeah. No,
and then
unsorted, and then they let it go.
And then oats come along now. And
branding, I think.
Branding, Oatly, very good. Love the chappy, friendly, innocent brand humour. But now, because of Zoe and the health app, everyone's looking, and apparently oat milk gives you an insulin spike, which apparently is terrible because it takes 3 seconds off your life or whatever.
Jesus, really?
Every time you have an insulin spike.
Okay.
So apparently almond milk is best, but because oat's so dominant, I went to get a coffee earlier, and they was like, oh, we don't do almond anymore, we just do oat or coconut.
Part of the reason they don't do almond milk is because then it's the nut allergies, because then you have to basically you have to use a completely separate wand when you're steaming it to barista, otherwise you get... You can't
cross-contamination
properly
and lawsuits.
Because you have to sort of soak it in chemical to make sure it's clear. So I think that's why a lot of the places don't do almond milk, because of the risk and potential risk involved.
Something every day. I'm going to have to put up with my oat milk.
You'd like to think that if someone has a severe almond allergy, they might say that or talk about that before they ordered a coffee.
You would hope so.
You would hope so. But so that's why. Well, thanks very much, Alfie. Been good to see you.
Thanks very much, York.
Thanks for coming.
Hey.
Right, we will be back. I think we're actually going for a lunch break, and we'll be back in a little while. Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio, live at the Care Show London. Here with Daniel. How are you doing?
Not bad, York. How are you?
I'm good, yeah, I'm good. Your faith in humanity is restored today, I hear.
It is. I lost my phone this morning, and someone actually found it and phoned me. I phoned a friend, and actually I got it back straight away.
Amazing.
So yeah, I love people. I love humanity at the moment. That's what drives me.
You work in innovation in the care sector. Tell us, what's innovation? What are we doing? What's going on?
Well, let's think about we're changing care. We're not changing little bits of care, we're changing how we care. So all the stuff that's going on about sensor monitoring, about proactive care, we can actually start mapping how people are reacting and acting in their daily lives and start planning for our care rather than being reactive. And that's, if I define social care is helping someone live as independently as possible as they can according to their situation. And we're really making strides on that at the moment. Great strides.
So what's picking up? Is it kind of AI? Is that understanding of how to use it becoming a bit better? Have you got any kind of working examples of things that are really piquing your interest at the moment?
Well, what's really interesting to me is, for example, mapping rooms. Mapping rooms with spatial recognition of where the hazards are for someone falling. That sort of thing is going to revolutionise, because it's going to cut falls. And all this proprietary technology, it's actually going to be in yours and my hands soon. So I can do that for myself. And that's the whole gradation. So if we look at the onset of AI, generative AI, and also AI in proprietary software, it's actually putting the power in my hands to empower me to take control over my own health and care. And that's the movement we've got to... So all these organisations here that are working on technology and care have realised that the end game is they're not going to be needed, because it's going to be in my pocket, my own care.
So how do you think that'll articulate itself for people in, I don't know, 20 years, when one is maybe monitoring their own health a bit more closely? How do you see that playing out?
My vision. Let's talk about Vision 2050.
Okay.
Vision 2050 is what's going to be happening about me. I will stay at home in a place that's actually developing and agile to be developed with my needs as well. I will have various people that I want to link into who can follow me around when I want them to. So I'm going to be maybe of an age in 20, 25 years' time that I'll need that. So it'll be maybe not even on my phone. Phones will be a thing of the past, maybe. It'll be maybe...
Like rings.
Rings,
yeah.
Definitely.
Bracelets.
And that's where it's going. So hospitals will be community places, but there will be less dependency on them. If we can have some long-term thinking, not short-term thinking. So what I'm encouraging people in social care is think that longer term. Think the stuff that you're putting in place now will become obsolete, but we're planning for that longer term where homes are for living, hospitals and care facilities are maybe for repair, for short term. That's the way we're heading.
Yeah, so people are not getting stuck in hospital beds for 6-8 weeks, because we know that's really, really unhealthy for people, don't we?
But also, I mean, it's not just, let's get away from just hospital beds. Let's talk about people's well-being and focusing on that. So one thing that's never caught off on for me in care, which we should focus on, is early detection of chronic diseases, early detection of dementia, early detection of Parkinson's, early detection of MND. All those things are going to revolutionise how we care for people in the future. For some reason, that's not taking off because there's no incentives for people to do it. Very few incentives for people to actually create stuff that actually changes care, because too many of the models of care are focused on continuing the current models. I want to change the current models.
Yeah.
That's what I want to head for.
I guess it's that thing, isn't it, when your world's on fire, as in care, most of the time, everything's on fire. Not literally, but you know what I mean? So it's quite difficult for people to see a vision for the future, so it's nice that someone is taking some time to...
That's what I do, the room to think. I always love when the BBC set up the BBC 3, it was about every organisation needs room to think. Now, I'm not operational. I'm not everyday operational. I want to help people think and bat around those ideas about what is the future of care? Where is it heading? Are we needed? Am I going to be needed? Is this service going to be needed? That's what people should be looking at.
I have one final very important question for you. What's your favourite alternative milk?
Oh, definitely oat. Definitely oat, but not Oatly. I'll go for Alpro.
Yeah, for Alpro, okay, interesting, Alpro's very good company, actually. They're a B Corp.
Yeah, exactly.
B Corp.
Oatly's a bit dodgy for me.
Yeah, it's did you hear about the... I can't remember which company it was that created oat milk. I think it might be Oatly, and they got sued by a big company, and then they got loads of publicity for it, and that was one of the reasons that oat milk sort of exploded, because of the publicity around it.
It's creamier than milk, it's healthy, I'm all over it.
Nice.
Healthy living.
Thank you. Thank you, Daniel. Good
Thank
to
you.
see you. Thank you very much.
Brilliant.
Right, we will be back after lunch. Nice, thank you very much. Awesome.
I love talking
I'll grab that in.
Right.
No, you
here.
just look at me.
I don't know. It's scary.
Watching in on our conversation.
Cool.
How are you doing?
Yeah, really good. Isn't the show really good? What a buzz it's got. It's good.
Yeah, really good buzz.
Yeah.
So, we're going to talk a bit about CQC today.
Okey-dokey.
So obviously, there's been a lot of changes. There's been new frameworks. I think fundamentally, actually, the core of it hasn't changed that much, has it? Really, there's you still got those 5 areas, all the stuff underneath that. But yeah, what are your thoughts? Would you like to share?
My thoughts more on the sustainability angle, because that's something. So at the moment, the CQC are regulating the NHS side and the ICB side on sustainability. And I've got with me, of course, I've got a piece of paper. It doesn't look good, but it's sustainable. It's a notepad, isn't it? The new quality statement that sits under well-led in terms of sustainability, because people haven't done it before and they won't get regulated on it until next year. So this is something the CQC only came out with at the end of March. So it's the 3 points that I would advise providers to be looking at straight away, starting that journey, is people are aware and actively engaged in planning for and responding to potential impact of climate change. So that's one thing. The provider encourages sustainable practices for staff. So that's cycling to work schemes and stuff like that. We actually give all of our members of staff a refillable flask, so we only boil the kettle a certain amount of times and then they're going out with hot stuff. It's nice things like that you can do. And is the provider working with partners to promote environmental sustainability?
Okay.
And that's kind of where Grace Cares comes as well, because we work in partnership with the care providers to tick those sustainable goals that they're needing to do.
So how does Grace Cares fall into that then? Obviously you do. Do you want to explain what it does?
Yeah,
What it does?
I'm just assuming, because you know,
Yeah,
I'm
well,
assuming
I know.
everyone
let's
should
pretend,
know.
Let's pretend that people watching might not know.
Yeah, okay,
Yeah.
cool. So Grace Cares is a not-for-profit, and we've been set up to avoid the needless landfill waste of care equipment, and we sell that product. We maintain it, we infection control it, and then we sell that product for less the original RRP. And then with those profits, we've got hardship funds for health and social care workers nationwide. We've got funds for older people, so we classify them as anyone that is 70 and above. And we also do local community work, so we host afternoon tea parties for older people once a month, and we also go into local care settings and do sustainable activities. So that might be kindness rock painting, bird bath building to help with the biodiversity in the gardens, so anything with a sustainable edge to it.
And what type of stuff are we talking about here?
The care equipment. So we've got partnerships with 4 NHS trusts at the moment. So Birmingham NHS Trust, the Midlands, South Tees and Merseycare, and they give us all of their used care equipment. So for instance, we've just had a big delivery of beds from South Tees. Why? The beds are perfectly fine. They are just an older model and they're updating. So they might have slight chips in the paintwork on the arms, but they're fully functional, and they're like thousands and £1,000s worth of beds that we're then selling at a fraction of that cost to care home providers.
Oh, okay, cool. I once upon a time had a job where I used to work with this guy that picked up waste.
Yeah, okay.
And we used to go to NHS hospitals and just load the back of his truck with just all sorts of stuff like that to go and chuck it away. So it's nice to see that they... and it literally was, you looked at the sum and you thought, surely this is all right.
And
they just, I guess they had nowhere to go with it, right? So they had to pay quite a lot of money for this specialist company to come and remove it.
Well, the NHS are much further down their green journey than social care is. One, they've got more funding to be able to do that, but they're already towards their net zero 2050 kind of plans. So we fall into that. So we have to give them monthly impact reports on how much equipment was saved, what the carbon was of then that travelling on, and then the social. So ESG is environmental, social and governance. So it hits into the environmental figures they have to show, but also the social, because then we're showing the outputs from what we've raised from selling that equipment and what that has meant that's helped in the community or it's helped the sector as a whole.
Oh, okay. So, yeah, I guess it's a really good thing for care homes to be doing. Next time you're looking at new equipment, why not check in with you guys and see?
It's fully maintained. We're all insured and everything like that, and you can pay to have an infection control certification done on it additionally, if you so wish. But then you've got, for the CQC, you've got evidence that you have been acting more sustainably. We also offer free Caring for Tomorrow series. So I was on an advisory board for DEFRA and RAP, and they were looking at this website. It's a really good website, The Business of Recycling, so people should go on that. And part of that was this sticky note thing, and we go on and we talk about what the problems were, what the solutions are, and what we were doing. So what we do now is we give free sessions to any care providers that want to jump on board. We go through for an hour, we all collaboratively talk about what we're doing, what's hard, and take away one action. They all have access to that working document, so when the CQC comes in, they've got evidence to show that they're collaboratively working within the sector and that they've done something every couple of months. And then every quarter we have a webinar. So the next webinar that we've got has got the NHS Midlands on it, because they're much further down, they're doing some really yummy stuff. And then the one in September we've got HC1 on, because they're at LLP, they've got to tick more sustainability boxes as mandatory anyway, so let's learn from what they're doing.
So I guess for big organisations it could be good to work with you to donate their equipment, their ex-equipment, because that ticks some boxes from the CQC, and then for the smaller providers to use you to, well, I guess even the bigger providers could buy off you,
Purchase.
I suppose, but I imagine they probably have a procurement process and different things, but okay, that's really interesting. Well, I've got one final very important question for you.
Okay.
What is your favourite alternative milk?
Alternative milk, it's almond. I like an almond milk. It tastes like a treat.
Thank you very much for coming in.
Thank you very much, York. Appreciate it.
You.
Oh, here we go.
There you go. Shake hands. Thank you.
Shake.
Right. We will be back shortly with another interview. Well done. Awesome. Thank you. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversations studio, live from the Care Show London. We're here with David. How are you doing, David?
Very good, sir.
Tell us a bit about who you are and what you do, David.
Well, I'm an occupational therapist from Kenya. I came in for the show about 2 days ago.
So you flew all the way from Kenya?
All the way from Kenya for this expo. I'm a trainer in special needs and elderly care in Kenya. Our institution is called Rafa Institute of Disability Care Studies that I started about 8 years ago. One of the biggest challenges I had as an occupational therapist was that my patients were not improving fast enough. And I realized just because of the kind of care they were receiving. So I started training the principal caregivers that was maybe like the house nannies. Until now, later on we came up with a curriculum that was working on how to improve the care in homes for people living, for children living with special needs, and also the elderly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And you've got like, so you say 7 schools around Kenya?
We're in 7 locations in Kenya currently, and we've been successful to have some of our students even work here in the UK.
Yeah. And how many people do you tend to train a year?
Probably about 1,000.
Okay, wow.
It's not a bad number. We actually try to work it out because there's a huge demand worldwide for caregivers, well-trained caregivers.
Yeah.
Yes.
And how are you finding, what are you training? What's at the core of the kind of training for people as they come through?
Pardon?
What's at the core of the training? What's innovative? What's cutting edge in the training you're offering?
I think the issue with special needs care is more, like later came to realize, more niche because the demand is quite high. I think mostly because there are very few people who understand what to do with special needs children, adults, and the elderly, because they do have unique needs. So what happens is that our care is focused on bringing back independence, especially in the activities of daily living, the bathing, the feeding, the dressing, the toileting, and that's a universal problem, So it's very easy for the ones that we train to adapt in different areas. Basically, the only thing that they need is just maybe the transformational update in terms of maybe the UK rules if they are coming to work here, EU rules if they are going to work in the EU. But basically, the care principles are basically the same.
I suppose fundamentally, you're looking for people who care about other human beings, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah. It's really important. So I've got one final question for you.
Yeah.
It's a very important one.
Yeah.
What is your favourite alternative milk?
Alternative milk? No milk.
No milk. Thank you very much, David. Great to meet you. Thank you.
Great.
We'll be back shortly with an interview with Mark Tops. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live at the Care Show. It's very busy, it's buzzing. We've got Mark Tops in the studio. How are you, Mark?
Yeah, not too bad, thank you.
Good. It's a busy day?
Yeah, it is, yeah, it's very busy.
Good.
It's
Right,
good.
let's talk about CQC.
Yeah.
New framework,
Yeah.
exciting times, portal doesn't work, people
Yeah.
are annoyed,
Yeah.
some people are happy. I think it seems quite interesting. Fundamentally it's the same, but a
Yeah.
bit different. What are your thoughts?
So I really like the new single assessment framework. I think...
Controversial view.
I know. I don't have the pleasure of the portal because I'm not obviously that operational to need it. So I understand the pressures from obviously the registered managers that I line manage. But yeah, I think the old framework, whilst we had all the guides around what good and outstanding looks like, and that's gone, there was so much repetitiveness to it. Whereas the new framework, it's those 34 quality statements. It's easy to digest, and they've really broken it down more than I think people realise into what they're looking for. So whereas we don't have that guide, I think we've now got it very succinct, very easily to do. I think they've brought in the voice of what people that use care services want, which has been long overdue.
Yeah.
But I think there is a lot of confusion. I think the CQC have confused things.
I think it's something like 60% of the evidence they require is feedback, right?
Yeah.
This is a huge amount of feedback you need to collect. But I've also heard that, so say if you've got 100 staff, they're going to try and call them.
Yeah, yeah.
If they get through to 10% of them, they're going to think that's good.
Yeah.
And give you and be like, you've got a really good
Yeah,
response from that. It's actually quite low, but why don't you do your own feedback and get another tech? Because you can get your employees involved and get them on board. So I think it really gives care settings an opportunity to like get ahead of the curve, right?
No, absolutely, and I think they are going to speak to staff more than they ever probably have done before. And I think one thing we're implementing that I've recommended to a number of providers is actually you might have your annual staff survey, do a lot more touch point surveys, so ask them about if you're home care, do you have enough travel time, do you have enough break time, and then utilise that feedback to make change before the CQC asks them that question, because you'd much rather know early on and be able to put things in place, or even have it as an action to do, but evidence to the CQC that you're going to be doing it before they pick up on it and you don't know anything about it and then you're blindsided with it.
So if they ring up your care teams and because their care teams, they are going to say even if they're not happy, maybe there's not enough travel time. That's going to be enough to create an issue. Whereas if you've spoken to them first, you can at least put a plan in place, right?
And I think, and putting my home care hat on, I know when I was a home care worker, you have some staff that don't feel they have enough time, even though they do, but you've got others that say you've got too much time because they drive quicker, they don't want breaks, they just want to get on, especially if you're a 0-hour worker, they want more visits than travel time and break time because then they're going to be earning more. So it is that balance. But I think one thing I've said to providers is when they've spoken to your staff, and if you're doing more regular feedback, is you need to be double checking what that data is telling you out of those surveys and taking those those knowledge bits about each staff member so you can caveat that, because obviously the CQC will come up with version A and you might have version B, C that you know about, but trying to change their mindset is going to be difficult.
Ultimately, it does sound like it will be much more of a thing that will help your business improve kind of globally, right? Like it's about asking your customers, asking their families, asking your team, what can we do to be better? And then using that evidence to implement, like making your processes and
no, absolutely. And I think we all do annual surveys, and I think a lot of us do it as a tick box. We do more than
everyone. I don't know.
Well, maybe some people make it up. I won't lie, but we always did them annually. But I think it's more of a tick box. But it's actually now implementing that feedback, because the CQC are going to be looking at that. And actually, if you've done nothing with that feedback, you're going to be obviously heavily criticised and penalised for that. So I think it will spur providers on to doing more and listening to the feedback, whoever it's from, staff, people in the care services, relatives, professionals. So,
got a top tip for people when they're thinking about, someone said, you need to get your head around these new quality statements. Just sit in a room for half a day on your own, just read it through, think about it, interpret it in your own way, put a plan in place. What's the top tip from you?
Well, I'll give you two. So the Care Review as a whole, CQC hub. So I've sat there and I've broken it all down. I've created documents, created guides that you can just download for free and you can use with your teams. What I'd say with those quality statements is don't try and do it all at once. Don't think, right, I need to go through all 34. Use one, look with your staff team and have it during a team meeting. What do you do really well? How do we meet this? What could we do to improve? And then off the back of that, what we could do, is make an action plan, and then from that action plan you can then make changes. The other bit of feedback will be, we know the CQC want more data than ever before, and I think a lot of us collect data but we don't necessarily check it, and it's around fact checking that data before you send it off to the CQC. And a bit like what I said earlier, once they've made up their mind on what that data tells them, you're not going to be able to change their mind very easily. So if it's showing you a trend of falls at 6 o'clock in the evening, what are you doing with that data to put some intervention in to prevent those falls at 6 o'clock? So
I think, would you advocate for sort of putting an executive summary on that data? So if you are sending data packets over, I think you should be sort of saying, this is our interpretation of the data pack, as to sort of help guide that person.
So I think one thing we do in my organisation, which I think is really good, is we put a report together for the CQC when they come and do an inspection. And sometimes you might have advance notice and you've got time to prepare that, sometimes you don't, but you've got a template and you can just add bits in. But yeah, 100%, you need to be telling the story behind what that data is to inform the inspector, because otherwise, if they're just getting it as a data dump, they're going to interpret it in whatever way they are. And also, it's the skills that the inspector's got. If you're sending that in an Excel, do they have Excel skills to be able to interpret that the same as you might be able to or not be able to do?
Someone was saying about thinking about the inspection not as like a one-off, but that as a bit of more of a process, and it lasts a couple of weeks, and you can send information in over that period, and you can sort of follow up. So have you worked with anyone that's had an inspection?
So I've spoken to a number of registered managers. Some people that have been inspected against one quality statement, some that have been inspected about on all 34.
Oh, wow,
The average is 7.
Okay.
Some of them it's lasted 2 days.
Well, that one that just got 1,
yeah,
they just couldn't be bothered.
Bizarre, isn't it? And I can't remember what it was that they told me it was. It was the most random quality statement that probably wouldn't have highlighted anything.
Yeah.
But yeah, with regards to, what was your question again?
You were saying that the average is 7.
Yeah,
average sort of number of quality
and then
statements,
the average length of time varies. So some people it's across 2 days, and some care managers are saying it's across 2 months. And the CQC are continuously asking for more and more data. And I think that's where it goes back to, you need to be double checking, because you're going to give them something that's going to open a rabbit hole to something else and something else, and they want all that. And I think those days of those quick inspections have gone. But
I think ultimately it's going to take a long time, isn't it, to get to the point where the dynamic rating works, because for it to work, everyone kind of has to be dynamically rated, don't they? So it's probably going to take a few years for them to sort of start getting through people, right? And as far as I understand, they're not really inspecting good and outstanding services as much.
Well, it's done on a risk model, so I think they're trying to inspect services that haven't been rated for 5, 6, 7 years, but they're also the ones that are flagging with safeguarding or notifications, trying to do them. But so those ones that are outstanding, well led, might be a couple of years down the line. But I think we obviously know that they've openly said that they've got their own internal struggles with recruitment and retention, and actually the inspectors and retaining them, actually the impact that has then on the inspection regime. But,
So I've got one last question for you. It's a big one. Alternative milks, what's your favourite?
Depends what it's going in or on.
Okay, well let's
I spent a year dairy-free. Coconut was the top one for me. Doesn't taste very good on Cocoa Pops, but
So coconut was your favourite, but now you've got a different one?
I don't think you can beat blue milk. I generally don't. I know that is dairy, but I think there's a lot of controversy around what it does for bones as you get older.
Have you tried Gold Top?
I do like Gold Top, but for me, I'd much rather just use double cream.
It's a special. You might as well at that point, right? Yeah. Lovely. Well, thank you for coming to see us, Mark.
Good to see you again.
See you. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
We will be back shortly with another interview. I think we're seeing Debbie Harris next.
Oh yeah, she is there waiting.
Nice one.
Thank you.
Hello, welcome back to the Care and Conversation studio, live at the Care Show London. It's buzzing today, very busy, lots going on. We've got Debbie in the studio. How are you, Debbie?
I'm all right, York. How are you?
I'm okay, yeah, I'm okay.
At least you're sitting down. We're all
I
walking
am
round.
sitting down. My back's hurting. So, it's a bit hot as well, so
It
you
is
know, there's
hot,
that. Yeah, but it's not like we've actually got that much of a hard job, is it? I suppose, you know, we'll go with it. I'm not going to complain. Anyway, we're going to talk today about sort of marketing and sales, because obviously that's an area that you work in the care sector. What do you want to talk about?
Okay. Well, I think there's a lot of talk about the CQC at the moment. There's a lot of talk about the local authority funding fees that have been kept very low. And as a result, we're seeing, literally without exception, every provider recognising they need to improve the percentage of self-funding families they're supporting. So, frankly, everybody's after the self-funders. But where I think we might all come unstuck is we're using the same methods to attract those self-funders as we've done for millennia.
I think it is a bit seen as a holy grail, isn't it, the self-funders? It's like, oh, our business is struggling, we need self-funders. It's like, there are people out there operating good, profitable business models with local authorities. I say it's hard, maybe harder, it's probably not, it's just a different hard, right?
Do you know what? Honestly, I don't know many providers who are surviving on local authority fees alone. There might be some, but I haven't spoken to anybody for quite a while who can survive on those fees.
There's a lot of cost pressures, isn't there, in terms of
really
energy bills, food prices, team members,
You know, salaries, everything. It's absolutely everything.
I paint you a really simple picture of like my coffee shop that I own. The energy bill 2 years ago was £2,000, and then it had a full working kitchen. My energy bill now is over £8,000 a year. So it's, and you imagine that on the scale of a care home. Huge.
Plus everything else.
Yeah, and we've got it organised. We never put the heating on. You know, we're really, you know, everything's as efficient as it can be. So, you know,
everybody's
you imagine
keeping warm round a candle on the table.
Well, the thing is, once the customers all come in, it just warms the place up anyway, so it's fine. And they don't mind, they know. We'll keep your prices down if you don't put the heating on, it's all good. So we've been looking at ways that we can support providers to market their homes more dynamically and differently. And we're actually launching a product in the next couple of weeks called Open Score. And it's, do you know what? I actually realised the other day it's the first in the world that's doing this. I mean, it really is. I've really stuck my head above the parapet doing this. It is a data aggregator which gives an overall score out of 10 over the quality of a service. Okay.
And so it's pulling together over 60 data points. So obviously the CQC, it also any API we can find, to be honest.
Yeah.
It pulls in the food standards ratings, it pulls in whether there's a registered manager, but it then pulls in information about food, activities, our prices on site, all of the data points that matter to somebody who is looking for a care home when they're paying for that care.
Yeah.
And transparency is critical if you're trying to attract that self-funding market.
Because ultimately a CQC inspection from 2.5 years ago doesn't really give you the information you need, does it?
As my dad would say, it's about as useless as a chocolate teapot.
That's quite nice though, if you have tea with it, yeah, it'd be quite nice. I think it's really something the sector's missing, isn't it? Because the CQC just aren't able to keep up at that rate, you know, and there never will be.
Yeah.
And I think there has been way too much weight placed on that. And I remember my dad and his brother going through the process of choosing a care home for my granddad, and CQC was like a big thing. And then ultimately they chose a home not based on that alone.
No.
There was a load of other things that they took into account.
I think most people don't consider the CQC rating when they choose a home, particularly when they realise how old it can be.
Yeah.
And for us, it's really hard to refer to an individual family, you know, choose this care home based on this CQC rating when it is old. You know, you could have had 2 or 3 managers in place in the meantime. So we need something, the sector needs something that is more dynamic, that's digital, definitely, but that's on the ground reflecting the things that families need to know. I mean, there's other stuff they need to know, but the stuff that's actually going to make a difference when it's your mum going into the care home.
And I don't know whether this is sort of maybe this is part of your proprietary technology. Is it weighted in different ways? So does the CQC score apply for 10% of the score? Like how does that work?
It is.
That's not secret.
No, and we're going to be really transparent about it,
yeah.
so people will be able to see how we've done it. We've worked with an awful lot of organisations to do this. We've worked with Virgin Money, Care England, Care UK, I mean, a lot of people to make sure we get this right. So this isn't Autumna saying, this is what we think it should be. This is a whole cohort of people with different interests and different perspectives on the sector. And it's basically for care homes who want to evidence the best care and service. But critically, of course, for the consumer who wants to find the best care home.
Yeah, and how does a care home interact with it? How do it work for them?
Well, it'll be on premium listings from May, and it's digital. They have already given us the data points because it's already on their profiles. So it's all there. It just switches over to Open Score on the 7th of May. It's an interesting one, and we've got a lot of PR going around it as well. So we think it is the future. I mean, it's a V1.
Yeah.
You know, make no bones about it. This is
Yeah.
going to be an evolving product, and we're speaking to lots of the tech companies as well, who have got other data points that currently aren't available except in their system. And we're working with them and saying, right, what are you capturing
what can
that
you give
is
us?
really useful?
I guess even if the data is some of that data, I don't know, say on fools, is anonymised, but it gives you some core data to work with to kind of say, you know, how good is this organisation?
Think
at
how
responding?
collaborative that is as a sector. Think how that will push up the quality of care in the sector. But also, you know, the critical thing, the one thing that we've always struggled to demonstrate as a sector is how you can trust us. Why should I trust one care service over another? And do I believe anything that's on their website? You know, everybody's going to try and promote themselves to the best possible way. But this, it's subjective. It can't be gamed. It's real stuff. From multiple data points.
I think it's that thing of that idea of the weight of evidence, that if you can provide a weight of evidence, it demonstrates that, you know, I've seen 8 different videos from different aspects of you. I looked at your social media, I've looked on your profiles here, I've looked at your CQC report, I've looked at your food hygiene report, I've spoken to people that have worked with you, I've looked at your reviews, and it brings all of that information, and you get to a point where you're kind of like, okay, there's enough information here for me to trust that this is potentially the right choice for me.
And at the very least, you're going to shortlist the ones that have got the best scores.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Do you hope to build more data points on that in the future? Do you have a sort of
This is V1.
150 by 2025. You know, whatever. I guess whatever's available.
You know, the thing is we're already collecting data that frankly isn't really available anywhere else, like the foods offerings, the activities offering. But you know, when you start looking beyond that at other data that nobody's collecting, that's where we're going with this. With care providers on side, because everybody has to work together to do this. We're going to take this forwards.
In terms of self-funders, what's sort of top of the list? So a couple of years ago, it was kind of like, you know, COVID and safety, and then it sort of changed a bit. What's at the top of the list at the moment for people that you're finding?
Oh, that's really interesting. Probably money.
Yeah, fees.
Cost.
So with the pressure on interest rates, things like that, I think it does make a difference.
It's one of the most visited tabs on a profile, and you know, the thing is, I think I've been a big advocate of care providers putting fees on their profiles for a long time.
Well, isn't it actually required by the Competition Markets Authority?
I think they encourage it heartily. I don't think it's law.
It's not a legal requirement. Okay, but it is. It's
But you know, if you're looking for that self-funding market and you haven't put a price on, fine, you might attract somebody who can pay £750 a week for your service. But if your fees are £1,500, do you really want one of your team members to spend 2 hours showing them around, having a conversation, and then realising they can't afford the service?
Well, I still see this thing now with recruitment, that many job adverts still have no salary.
Really?
I just find it bizarre. It's just,
it's such a waste of everybody's
time because ultimately, it's part of the deal, right? Yeah, people coming into the care sector understand that they're going to need to pay something.
Yeah.
And they understand, and your care home might be 1,600 quid a week, the one down the road might be 1,400 quid a week, but hopefully you're offering a different value, right?
Well,
and people don't just buy the cheapest thing.
Exactly. And do you know what? That is absolutely critical. So price aside, and and I'm talking the bigger distinctions rather than the 14 or 1600s, but when you've got that sort of relatively comparable figure, what you then need is you need to demonstrate the personality of the home.
Yeah.
And that's what care providers are starting to do. So it's videos, it's really good images, but real images, and real videos.
We have this thing about not overproducing the content. Yeah. And if you make it look too slick, it can kind of get to the point where you're like, I'm not sure I believe it anymore. So it's really, there's a whole piece around, and especially now with AI, there's a whole load of stuff coming in about authenticity, trust. Yeah. Is this really you? Is this you and your service? I want to see. And what we find works really well is when people watch a video and then they visit the home and they say, "Oh, you were in the video I saw," because then it builds that you built that trust and it builds that connection. It's like, it's really important.
It's really interesting. You're talking about trust as well and AI, because do you think we are going to become less trusting with the things that we physically see online as we go forwards, and we're going to need something we can really trust? That's sort of the gap I hope OpenScore is going to fill, the problem. But also the point you make about the videos not being too slick and real and grounded, then you can trust them.
Yeah,
it is. It's going to be about trust,
it's
isn't
interesting.
it?
I mean, I think that trust has already eroded hugely over the last couple of years, even before AI. And now with AI, I think still most people don't understand really what's going on with it, what it is. There's this potential thing around the elections, around voice scams, where like your mum will ring you up and they'll have cloned your mum's voice because it's really, really easy to do. And they'll say, "Oh, the polling station's not open today, so you can't vote, but they said you can vote tomorrow." So then you can't vote, so then you don't go and vote. So there's a whole thing in America about apparently this doing, and like bots ringing up thousands of people, and they're smart enough if you don't know to listen out for it. So apparently that's the sort of the thing that's going to be soon, is scams where it's someone you know that's ringing you up, but it's not them. It's a lot to look out for.
Oh, glory!
Yeah.
I mean,
so if your husband rings you and says, "Transfer me £10,000 now," say, "No, I'm not. I'm going to call you back." Call him back.
So you have to call them back.
Call them back, because then you can call that person back. Yeah. So I think it's not like going yet, but I think it'll be the next. I'm a Nigerian prince.
Yeah.
Emails and things like that, where it will catch people out because.
Oh my goodness.
It's going to be ever more believable.
Yeah.
So I think trust, authenticity, showing you're real, being grounded. That's why I think with it you need a mix of content. You need casual stuff as well, like, "Oh, this is Barbara in the garden picking some flowers." It's just a photo.
Do you know
on your
Facebook's really useful for this? It's really useful because you can scroll back and you can see the history of what's been going on in the home.
Yeah.
So we think that's quite useful. That's a highly viewed tab.
And does that kind of come through as like, if the home's made 40 posts over the last 12 months, does that count in part of the score? It's really interesting.
But I mean, we know that care providers are looking at innovative ways to attract the self-funding market. And I think the self-funding market is going to grow as the cohort, the demographic, start to sell their property. I mean, we've got quite a few years of that coming through. And I think the local authority is just going to restrict who they'll pay for. So there's no alternative.
Exactly. Well, I've got one final very important question for you. What's your favourite alternative milk?
Full fat.
Fab. Right, well, thank you very much, Debbie. Great to see you. And we'll see you again soon, probably at Care Show Birmingham, I imagine.
Definitely,
Thank you. We'll be back in the studio shortly. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live from the Care Show London. Got a new guest with us. Hello, how are you doing?
Good, thanks.
Do you want to tell us who you are and what you
Great
do?
to be here. Yeah, my name's Rossiter. I'm the Chief Product Officer for Leaf AI, and we've created Lola, which is a digital companion for the social care sector.
So it's very interesting, actually. I've never heard of anything like this before. So let's talk about it. What is it? How does it work?
Yeah. So Lola is a companion for people in care. So Lola can call people on their landline if they're living at home, or they can be accessed through a mobile app or through a smart speaker. And Lola basically talks to people about poetry, heavy metal, their time in Africa, does reminiscence therapy if you're in the early stages of dementia, going over their life and their family. And all of those conversations are summarised and shared with their carers, but also shared through WhatsApp with family members, sort of creating a sort of a community around that person in care through conversation.
Wow, okay. So that's very, very interesting. What, and it responds?
Yeah. So like you literally, hey, and then because the carer's already set up what their interests are, who they are as a person, what stage of life they're at, Lola will just start the conversation and say, hey, you want to talk about Liverpool Football Club?
Yeah.
Tough result last week. How did you feel about it? And then the conversation goes from there.
It's probably when Man U beat them in the quarter.
Yeah, exactly.
That's really interesting. Okay, so and are you working with clients? Are you seeing?
Yeah. So we just started, got our first client in January. We started building it last February. Was in pilot with this particular organisation for 3 months. They do domiciliary, acquired brain injuries, old people's homes, children's services. We've been piloting it with them across the organisation, and in January they signed up as a full client. So yeah, here today and got a little stand just looking to meet more people and stuff.
Fascinating. It's not often I'm surprised by something, but it's very interesting. So what are the kind of, I guess it's a massive application in terms of sort of activities and lifestyle where, you know, maybe, you know, trying to be a good grandson, know I should ring up Granny and talk to her, but I know, you know, maybe she's in a dementia journey, and actually they can be quite difficult to communicate with, or they, like you say, they're hyperfixate on a particular thing, or they want to talk about something. Is that how you sort of people?
I would 100 like. If you're in the middle to late stage of dementia, we are not the product for you.
Okay, all right.
We would be too confusing, and we're adding something into the mix that is untested and not right. If you've just been diagnosed and you're relatively compos mentis, we're a perfect tool to begin that reminiscence journey.
Yeah.
So reminiscence therapy is proven to slow down the disease's progression with dementia, improve cognitive function, and also increase emotional well-being.
Yeah.
So if you start talking to Lola for half an hour a day about your life, about your memories from high school, about your memories in your career, your family, adventures you've been on, trips, which we have a lot of people talking about that, you're now starting to sort of connect those neural pathways that are the ones that are dying.
Yeah.
And reminiscence therapy isn't happening at scale or regularly because informal and formal carers just don't have the time or the energy to talk to someone for half an hour.
Or the context, I suppose.
Or the context, yeah.
So the AI will learn
yeah.
about you,
yeah.
and then you can continue to develop a relationship with it.
Yeah.
So it's interesting. I mean, I guess my natural visceral reaction to this is like, but I do want a human being to do that. But then equally you say, well, if we're realistic about it, they're not going to do it, and that's why a lot of people suffer from loneliness, and we know how dangerous that is for people.
So my cousin, he's got severe autism, lived at home, he's 41 now. He's been living with my auntie and uncle for the last 21 years since his brothers moved out, you know, on his own basically. He's obsessed with Kia cars, Vauxhall cars, the most boring cars ever, but loves them. Since August last year, he's talking to Lola 3 or 4 times a week about cars and about his memories of cars and the sounds that they make and all this type of thing. Now, since then, he's more active in the family WhatsApp group, and he's got improved confidence in speaking, because if you imagine he's living at home with his parents, how much conversation was he having before that moment?
Yeah,
it would be great, but they're in their 70s now, so they haven't got the time and energy to constantly talk to him about stuff that he wants to talk about. So for him, it's been a great outlet of conversation.
Yeah, and does he aware and understand what it is?
Yeah. It's a Lola, it's a chatbot, it's a computer, but he's whatever she's saying, he's talking about the red Kia car and what he loves about that particular model and the shape of it, the sound that the engine makes. He's expressing he doesn't really care that that's not. He's
Yeah.
like talking about what he
It's
wants
just
to talk about.
And then I suppose it's smart enough to sort of ask the question
Yeah,
in the right
lead
way,
the
which
question.
lead the
Yeah,
question,
yeah,
which carries on the
yeah.
conversation.
Yeah.
Fascinating. And it's how much is it? Is it expensive? Is it
So
what's
it starts at sort of like £1,000 a month for care organisations, and then it's anywhere from £5 to £20 per service user per month, depending on the scale of the organisation.
Okay,
so
yeah.
we think pretty reasonable for what we're doing.
And are you doing direct to consumer stuff as well,
Not
or
yet.
is that something
Not
you're
yet.
thinking about?
Yeah. Once we've built a bit more around the product and a bit more of like a community around what we're doing, then we'll look at the B2C market for sure. Yeah.
Interesting. I've got one final question for you. It's a big one though.
Okay.
What's your favourite alternative milk?
Almond.
Almond, right, straight in there. He knows the answer. I like it. Thank you very much. Great to meet you. Thank you.
Pleasure.
We will be back shortly in the studio. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live at the Care Show in London. We have a new guest with us, Steve. Good to meet you, Steve. How are you doing?
Pleasure meeting you, very well, thank you.
Tell us a bit about who you are and where you come from.
I am Steve Wilson. I am one of 3 directors of Focus Energy Services, and we are the energy partner to Care England and have been since December of 2022.
Perfect, right, so energy, care sector. I think people think the problem's gone away, but it hasn't. What's going on? I think, I own a coffee shop, so a small commercial company. I'm still paying 25p a unit, which I think is actually quite good in the scale of it. But yeah, what's going on with the market?
So we've had, I won't call it an energy crisis, although the media called it that. It's more of a cash grab, really. We've had increases in prices, we've had a lot of market volatility, there's been a lot of reasons for it. Interestingly, a lot of those reasons are still here. At this moment in time, prices are as stable as they've been for the last 2.5, getting on for 3 years now. They're not quite back down to where they were, but I don't think they're going to go back down to where they were anyway, because as energy prices have come down, standing charges have gone up, because again, we're making the journey towards carbon neutrality, net zero, that there's a cost to make sure that the grid's fit for purpose, and that's why standing charges have increased.
Yeah. So I guess a couple of years ago, sub 10p a unit. Yeah, obviously it depends on how much you're spending, very broad strokes. Now we're plus 20p a unit. Again, obviously depending. So, we've doubled, if not some, for a lot of energy, for a lot of care homes. That's, £100,000 a year, £200,000 a year. What can we do? What can companies do to help mitigate for things like this?
There's 2 aspects to utility bills for the care sector particularly. One is to look at your existing usages and practices to see if you can actually cut your usage. Energy efficiency is a big thing that everyone else has been pushing. The other aspect of that is to look very carefully at how, when and with whom you secure your energy. Brokerages and energy consultancies are an unregulated industry in the UK. There is a lot of bad practice out there, sadly, and unfortunately the victims of that are the customers, the Care England members who might be paying more than they need to because they've not had somebody fully explain it to them. We also do energy audits to go back. We can backtrack 6 years in England and 5 years in Scotland to look at bills, particularly where we've had the energy bill relief scheme. There's been a lot of miscalculation. There's been a lot of overpayment.
It is difficult, isn't it, to understand, especially if your unit's been changing on a regular basis, and you've got kind of bills with 6 different price points over the course of a month or 2 months. It can get pretty overwhelming to look at and understand.
It's a very untransparent industry, and I think it's deliberately kept that way because
transparently take your money sometimes,
Yeah, that side of it's very clear. But in terms of looking at bills and just making sure that you're not paying more than you have to and that they've been billed correctly. David Woodward, who is our specific partner for the Care England relationship, he's done a lot of audits. He hasn't found one yet where he hasn't recovered funds. So, overbilling, large problem. Issues like VAT, care sector businesses should only be paying 5% VAT on their utilities, but more often than not, it's put in wrongly. It comes in at 20%, so there's a lot of large reclaims come out of that as well.
Yeah. So what, I guess this is, I think you're probably going to resist answering this question, but I'll ask it anyway.
Ask away.
How much should people be paying at the moment? So I've got a small cafe. I'm paying 6p a unit, something like that, for my electric. It's electric only. I thought that was kind of par for the size of the company. It's not big. I spend £8,000 a year on electric in total, so I'm probably doing 5,000 kilowatts or something like that. Care home, I guess 20,000, 30,000, 50,000. What unit rate? If I'm paying 35p a unit, you're going to tell me that's too much. What area should I be looking at?
So, to beautifully sideswipe your question, but still answer it. What suppliers look at would be the size of the usage, your meter type, the profile of your meter, the industry that you're in. So, for example, and you won't like the answer to this, but I will tell you, energy suppliers have been almost deliberately loading prices for the hospitality sector post-pandemic.
Okay.
Because they were the hardest impacted by it. So, to give you an example, you've got a cafe. If right next door to it you have the same square footage, the same rateable value, the same postcode, the same usage, and that's an accountancy office, and I run both quotes with the same supplier on the same day, they'll get cheaper energy than you will.
Okay, all right.
So we get asked, when we're processing contracts, when we're making applications, it will actually ask what now. Obviously, CARE's relatively easy because the name's usually in the name of the company. But it will ask, is this a hospitality sector business? And if it is, it generally comes back dearer.
Why?
I think risk to suppliers. So
Okay.
if you think of the pandemic, then while the care sector was very much impacted by the pandemic, it wasn't impacted in terms of its usage. It was impacted in terms of restriction of access to visit family members and sadly, loss of life, which was tragic. But the hospitality sector, bars, pubs, clubs, hotels, restaurants, they all closed.
Yeah.
So if you signed a contract, say you're a hotel and you use 300,000 kilowatt hours a year, if you shut for 3 months, 4 months, and after that people don't want to go in and mix and merge in a hotel, not only has that business been impacted, but the actual supplier who signed on to provide you with a lot of electricity because there's showers and radiators on and lights on all the time, and it's been closed for 3 months.
Fascinating. And they're allowed to do that?
And at the
I
back,
guess it's like car insurance.
At the
isn't
back
it?
of all this, I suppose, which is worth mentioning because not everybody talks openly about energy, is there's the national grid, and somebody has to balance that grid.
Yeah.
If everybody in the UK switches everything on at once, we've got a problem.
Yeah.
So when businesses sign contracts, the suppliers obviously look at how much you're going to use. There are penalty clauses within a contract that, again, not everyone talks about, and they're either called a volume tolerance clause or a take or pay clause, and they can be as tight as 90% of what you said you would use, or 10% over, what we call 90-110, or you can get 80-120, which basically means if you say you're going to use 1 million kilowatts a year and you use 700,000, they'll penalise you for it.
Wow.
Or if you used 1.3 million, they'll penalise you for it. So a good broker will look out for these little clauses, and so did one recently for a business, and it was a 90-110, so there was only a 10% variance. They're obviously, like other businesses, trying to save money. They're trying to make energy efficient changes to their business. So if you could change your business by more than 10%, your usage, that would be good. But if your contract says you can't, you're penalised. So we went back, we spoke to the supplier, we explained the situation, and they went and relented, and they gave us a 70-130, so 30% volume. So nobody's going to reduce it that much. So that's comfortable for the client. It means they're not going to get chipped up. It means there's not a further penalty coming down the line.
What about kind of some of the new innovations coming in with smart meters and like agile tariffs and so at home, and the chap behind the mixing desk? We both use Optimus Agile, and we collectively reminisce the next day about we got negative energy prices and enjoy that over a coffee. Is that something you can get commercially?
It's very, very clever technology. It's probably going to work better initially for domestic, and at the time that they use it, than potentially for commercial. You couldn't particularly say to a large factory on an engineering works that's running like 6 lines at once. Do you mind just running 4 and putting 2 lots of guys in the canteen for half an hour? So that goes back to the difficulty that we have in managing the grid. There's a great push obviously towards carbon neutrality. Diesel, petrol cars are getting phased out, electric cars are coming in. We don't really make enough electricity to cope in the UK as it is. But again, that's a grid and a supplier problem than a consumer problem. But ultimately, if everybody went and got an electric car tomorrow, we would have a problem. So we need to have, and that's part of where our energy crisis came about, because you fall victim to prices if you don't generate enough for yourself. France, very, very efficient, predominantly nuclear. I think the domestic side that you touched on, France went up 4.9% in the worst of the crisis over the year. We put the domestic up, if you remember, 54% in the April, and we were talking about 70, 80 come October. So
okay, interesting. So I've got one final question for you. It's a big one. You ready? What's your favourite alternative milk?
Alternative?
Milk.
Milk? I'm not a big milk drinker, I'm afraid. So.
In your coffee and your tea? You just have...
I don't drink tea or coffee.
Oh, okay, interesting.
I drink whole milk. I'm not
That's all right.
semi-skimmed person. I drink the blue label, the whole milk, but I'm not a tea or a coffee hand.
There you go. Well, thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's been a pleasure to meet you. Very interesting conversation. We will be back shortly. We're live back in the Caring Conversation studio at the Care Show London. You can see I'm struggling to get my words out now. It's getting quite late in the day, running out of steam, but we're here with Tom from the Care Workers Charity. Good to see you.
Great to see you.
Tell us a bit, people watching this might not know about the Care Workers Charity. Hopefully they do, but tell us what they do.
Yeah, so primarily we advocate for care workers. We're the leading voice for care workers in the UK. So our CEO, Carolina, she used to be a care worker for 12 years herself. Quite a few of us also used to be care workers. I used to be a care worker. So we really understand the challenges, especially at the moment, that care workers are facing. And we advocate for care workers at government roundtable events. So we're really trying to push the needs of care workers higher up on the government agenda. And we also provide practical support for care workers with financial grants in times of crisis for care workers. And that can be with any kind of support they need, really, with broken down car or washing machine, any kind of life situation, everyday thing. We also provide well-being support, one-to-one sessions, mental health first aider training, and we'd love to help everyone, but what we can do is provide a signposting for care workers as well.
Awesome.
Because we're a small charity, we do the best we can, but we also provide information for care workers as well.
So you mentioned you were used to be a carer.
Yeah.
What type of care did you work in?
So I was in a residential home. It's down in Brighton. It's called St John's. So I was in a house supporting young men with autism.
Awesome. So one of the things we're talking about today actually is activities and lifestyle. How did you help support those young men in what activities did you do? What did you find? What did they like? What did you like? Yeah, talk to me a bit about the kind of experiences.
We're being based down in Brighton. We're very close to the beach, so seaside walks, walks on the South Downs, and pushing outdoor lifestyle activities, and I think it's really important that for everyone really to experience kind of different kind of environments, and for mental health and well-being, physical and mental health, that is, can be really beneficial. And we had football pitches and stuff, and we also did other events as well with drama. And lots of performances and stuff. So
I suppose ultimately it's about just getting to know the person and then trying to tailor the activities around.
Yeah, exactly. I think giving people the opportunity to experience new things as well can be really great for people's development as well. So that was fantastic to push that side of things as well,
Pretty tough job, but did you enjoy it?
I did enjoy it, because every day was different, I think there are challenges as a support worker, but I think in those types of environments, everyone pulls together as a team really nicely. When people are having those tough days, I feel like that's something that's really positive about the care sector, is care workers looking out for each other and unprompted, and seeing when someone's having a tough day and just having a chat with them, making sure they're okay, is something really nice about care workers in general, really.
Yeah, and I guess it must be nice to move into a specific role where that's actually your job, to help other care workers, right?
Yeah. It's funny how it's kind of come about, really, and I was just thinking yesterday morning on the train coming to the event, like, wow, what a privilege it is to actually be representing care workers all over the UK, and I feel that responsibility to support care workers every day and do my best to really advocate more and make sure the charity is more, that the Care Workers charity is more well known across the UK and amongst care workers, and know that there is support out there for them. We're a safety net at the end of the day for care workers. That's our main purpose. Yeah.
So I've got one last question for you.
Yeah.
Big one, important one. What's your favourite alternative milk?
Alternative milk. So, do you mean like oat milk,
Yeah,
like that sort
yeah.
of thing? Oh, it would have to be something with sweetener in it, because I'm not a big fan of oat milk.
You can say cow milk. You can, yeah.
I thought you said alternative
yeah,
milk.
I mean, but if that's your jam, right? You know, if you don't like it, you don't like it.
I'll go.
Lots
I'll
of
go
people
for
have said that.
semi-skimmed cow milk. Why not?
Nice one.
Cool.
Thank you very much for coming to speak to us, Tom.
Thanks for your time.
We'll be back shortly in the studio. Welcome back to the Caring Conversation Studio, live at Care Show London. And with us now, the architect of Caring Conversations. How are you doing?
Yeah, very good, very good. Thank you for having me on here. So it's been like an amazing 2 days, and it's been great to see you all.
Awesome. We're super excited about the next show, right? We've done this one. It's been really, really busy. Tell us about what's going on, what's the next show, what's happening?
So yeah, our next show is in NEC Birmingham, which is Care Show Birmingham event, run on the 9th and 10th of October. And you say it's again just like London, bringing all together all these amazing suppliers to the sector with all the care professionals who attend the event for 2 days, and it gives them a great chance to find new products, but also network and learn best practice with other individuals.
I think we covered a lot of different topics in the studio, and sales and marketing is one of them. And I think this is obviously a really good sales and marketing tool for suppliers to the sector. Yeah. So why as a supplier should I be thinking about the next show? What boxes does it tick for me?
Well, I think for if you was a supplier to the sector, one is putting your business in front of however many people attend, putting your business in front of those people to make them aware of your business, of your products and services that you have, while also having a chance to network with other businesses you may not have thought with and set partnerships up. So there are a number of companies who have set up partnerships while being at these shows to integrate within other software companies or have gone from there. So it's a great way to expand your business or develop on products you already have as well.
Yeah, it's not just about the speaking to the delegates, it's about collaborating with the suppliers, getting to know in the sector, just watching the talks or being involved in it. So there's loads of good advantages, isn't there, for suppliers?
Yeah, 100%. I think even the collaboration, I think, is the most important part, because if you're not, the sector's going to grow how we all work together already, so we need to continue to build on that, and with all the suppliers coming together, integrating their softwares, having everything from there is just the best way to increase the health and well-being of every resident who have some of these care services, really.
So we're 6 weeks out to Birmingham. I'm a delegate. I'm thinking I might want to visit the show.
Yeah.
Why should I visit the show?
Need to visit the show. Firstly, to meet the speaker, part of there. I'm firing them up again. You see there. That's a must-see on there. But it's also to attend the great sessions that have been set up by our content team, and to find those new products and services which can enhance your business as a care side, really.
Yeah, I think it's really good, and it's got a really good buzz as a show. It's really interesting. It's really fun, and you guys have done a really good job of sort of building that over the years, haven't you, with the extra features and stuff.
Yeah, of course. So how we like to do it is we want to make sure that we try to make it as least like an exhibition as possible. We want it to treat it as a day out for you, where you're still enjoying yourself, still having fun and seeing something new and learning at the same time. So that's how we've always had that sort of process within the exhibitions, and how we want to continue doing it moving forward. And
happy, successful show in London, the first care show in London. Went well, been good?
I'm absolutely over the moon with how it's done. I think it's gone really well, had a great buzz to it, and looking forward to future care show Londons to come.
Nice. Well, thanks very much for joining. Oh, actually,
yes,
got one last big question for you. Nearly forgot the big question. What is your favourite alternative milk?
Coconut milk.
Oh my God! No! Oh! That's the wrong answer. You're the first person to say that, other than Alex, that works for our team, who likes coconut milk.
Yes.
Thank you.
Perfect. Thank you.
Good to see you, Matthew.
Yeah, good to
Thank
see
you
you
very much. Right, we will be back shortly with another interview. A few more to go. Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio. We have a new guest in the studio. Would you like to tell us who you are and
I'm
what you
Karen
do?
May. I'm the CEO of Abilities Development and All. That's Aspired Learning and Lifestyle Limited. We work with people with disabilities, mainly from 16 years up to as long as they want to be with us. We create activities for them. We do training for professionals. We're here to do the impossible for people with disabilities.
So what's in the sort of world of activities and lifestyle? I don't know, what's interesting, what's new? Talk to me about some activities that people like.
So what's interesting and new, we do some of the mundane activities that all people with learning disabilities do. So it's planning programs for social interaction, going out to the movies, to the museums, to the parks. But we also try to build their skills, business enterprise, so they can...
I mean, that sounds like a lovely day out.
Oh,
Movies, museum, out for a meal.
Yeah.
Nice.
And we've actually done boat trips.
Oh, okay.
So we take them on the Thames, which is something they don't get to do in their normal lives. So we try and get them to explore the world because the world doesn't come to them. So we do that. And then we try and build their skills. So our mantra is realizing abilities beyond the disabilities. So we don't really look at the disabilities. We think they have these abilities.
Yeah.
So we do things like creating business enterprises for them, making T-shirts, making wheat bags, and we work with all conditions. So we have young people who are in wheelchairs who sometimes can only move their heads, and they actually sew because we use different gadgets to help them to do that. And we build their numeracy skills, literacy skills, so we'll do a whole program with them doing a meal where they have to identify the meal, identify the ingredients, do a shopping list, go shopping, come back, learn how to store the food, and then follow a simple recipe to create. So we're trying to get them to live as normal as possible. And they can just enjoy life, really, you know, so...
I guess ultimately it's about focusing on the individual, isn't it? And,
Yes.
and understanding what they need and working with them to develop their activity plan.
And one of the things I've found is that a lot of people look at what they can't do. And for us, they're human beings with a brain. If your brain works, you can write anything on it. So our aim is to get people to rethink how they work with them and not do to them, but to do with them and help them to become who they are really meant to be. So it's creating that atmosphere that care workers and professionals are not just stuck in the world of what has been. We're challenging people to think outside the box and be innovative. And
Yeah, it can be difficult, can't it? I guess as a care worker to, there's a lot of things to do around your role and actually to get into that creative space. And like I said, it might be something simple like going to the movies.
Yeah.
It might just be watching something on Netflix together.
Yeah,
It doesn't have to be complicated. An
Yeah.
activity doesn't have to be a big group organised thing. It just be, I was talking to a chap earlier who just said when he works in care homes, he just gets YouTube out and then just plays like the two Ronnies. And then just talks to them about it. And then they say, oh, I like Cilla Black. And you just sort of follow your nose in terms of that. Genuine interaction with people.
Yes, one of the things that has happened to the care field is that it's become so restrictive. People just come in and think, okay, it's just about helping them with nutrition, the basics. And I think people get trapped in, the care workers get trapped in, safeguarding and all of these things, not remembering that as a person, everybody functions differently, have different tastes. And again, as you said, it's sometimes just a simple conversation that then doesn't have to have all these things around it. And it brings out more than we can see, because we can't read their hearts. But we know that if we tap there, we'll get it out, so.
So what's the top tip for a home care worker or a care worker for activities?
The top tip is first and foremost is to think of them as a human being like myself. If I can look at you and think, okay, you're no different from me, but you need some help, it changes the rhetoric or the narrative. And then from there is to say, okay, if I had a family member who was in this, what would I want for them? And then from there you can start going wider than just staying in that little box or just going by a care plan. Care plan, we change every day. So can you imagine reading a care plan and this person has changed 2 weeks ago and we're still trying to support them?
Yeah,
And
I don't like spaghetti bolognese anymore.
Anymore,
Whatever,
right? But
yeah.
you're giving it to me,
Yeah.
and then I have a behavior,
Yeah.
right? And now all of a sudden, they have behavioral problems. No, I don't. I'm just communicating with you that I don't like what you're doing.
Yeah.
So treat me like you treat yourself. But yes, so for me, it's one of the things I say to my staff is do unto others as you'd have them do unto you. So start thinking that way. You know, what you wouldn't like someone to do to you, don't do it to the people that you support. So that's kind of,
Oh, brilliant. Do you work all over the country or just in a certain area?
we're in London, Brent at the moment, and we're hoping to go into every local authority. For me, it's about, I really want to see care changed, and people really just focusing on others as human beings with a brain. Let's write good things on them, positive things.
Nice. Well, I've got one last big question for
Okay.
you. What is your favourite alternative milk?
Cashew.
Okay, nice.
Yeah,
Good,
yeah.
unusual answer. We've had that today already. Thank you
Yeah,
very much.
thank
It's been
you
brilliant
so
to talk
much.
to you. Thank
Yes,
you.
all right, great, thank you.
I think we might be going out live to Alex and Sakara in the fields. Or go to a break and then we might go to them in a minute. So yeah, see you shortly.
Yeah.
Hello, welcome back to the Caring Conversation studio, live at the Care Show London. We have a new guest in the studio. Would you like to introduce yourself?
Yeah, my name's Carly Rochester, and I'm the co-founder of a company called Me Passport.
Lovely, right. So you are a delegate, you've got a stand here, you're an exhibitor?
Yes,
Yeah.
we've got a stand here. Small, but yeah, lots of personality there.
Yeah.
Big on personality, yeah.
I mean, you explained to me what you do before.
Yes.
I think it's quite interesting. I'd like to hear a bit about it because I've not heard of anything like that before.
Yeah, so basically, yeah, so I never started out in tech or anything like that, but being a registered care manager and working in social care for the last 25 years, recruitment's just a massive problem, and we're always talking about the problems. What's the solution? Do you know what I mean? So what we've done is we've built an employment passport that the social care workforce will build as a single trusted identity for them to store their identity, their DBS, their right to work, their references, everything like that, to be able to come into the sector and stay within the sector easily. So instead of joining a company and it's taken 16 weeks, they can literally share their data within a second.
Yeah. And how does what type of companies are using it? Is it big companies, is it small companies?
Yeah, a mix. We're relevantly new, so we're just starting out. We've just launched Me Passport across North East London. And yeah, it's going really well, and it's very mixed. Care homes, care providers, and then on the back of that, we're sort of in conversations with colleges, all of that, and it's exciting because people are coming to us. Yeah.
So, as we know, the sort of DBS system's not working as quickly as it needs to. Yeah, ultimately, if you're recruiting for care staff, you probably need them quite quickly.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the thing, you know, we're not magicians. We need to provide really good care, but you can only do that with a people-rich workforce. So our sort of mission is to expose the workforce. Where are they? They want to work. They're sitting in paper trays. That's no good. Let's utilise their own data and help get them into employment.
Nice. So pulling on your sort of experience as a care manager,
yeah.
One of the things I've been talking to people about today is like activities and lifestyle. So, like, when you were managing the care home, what was like a really popular activity that went on in your home?
Well, I'm actually domiciliary.
Okay, cool.
Yeah, I did domiciliary, and and I'm still involved in domiciliary. So what we do is we encourage people with day centres, things like that, so they can, and we link up with local charities, etc., to get them into sort of, I don't know, like theatres and trips to the seaside, all of that sort of stuff. And it's just about sort of knowing what's out there yourself to be able to signpost others, because as we know, social isolation is one of the biggest killers. Do you know what I mean? So it's how to give people a purpose, basically. So we've got our ears to the ground, we work closely with local authorities, and we do all that we can to make sure we're signing people to, and it's up to them, do you know what I mean? But at least they know there's choices.
Yeah. Local charity connections is an interesting one. No one's mentioned that before. So you would sort of look out for local organisations that are offering, I don't know, where I live, there's a walled garden.
Yes.
Which is like for like disabled adults, right? Yeah, so there might so stuff like that,
yes.
I guess.
Definitely stuff like that, getting them into community settings, all of that sort of stuff that they thought, you know, all of a sudden they've got certain needs, etc., and they don't think they have the access to that. So it's just about, you know, there's so much good stuff out there, but it's just pulling that together so it's easy for people to reach, for them to make a decision.
Nice, okay, cool. So really interesting innovation in the market, I think, to bring this tool. Like, you know, it's a big problem across the sector, recruitment, and you know, if we can make that process quicker and easier, I think it's a really good thing, right? Yeah.
Yes, yeah.
Are you getting good positive like vibes from people, from companies?
I'm going to touch wood, and we're getting amazing vibes from people because, you know, some people used to say to me it's a no-brainer, and I used to think, well, I thought really long and hard about that. You know, we put a lot of work into this, but the reality is that's the best compliment ever. Do you know what I mean? Why does it make sense if I can join you and then you haven't got work for me or whatever? Because 50% of the market are zero-hour contracts, and it's like, you know, I really want to work in care, but ultimately I've got a family, I've got to pay the bills, got to keep the roof over my head. Yeah. So if you don't want to lose me to the sector, make it easy for me to stay. Yeah. Do you know what I mean? And that's what we're all about.
Nice. I've got one final big question for you.
Yes.
Big one though. You ready?
I know.
What's your favourite alternative milk? Nice.
Yes.
Thank you very
so
much.
much.
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thank
Lovely.
you. Right.
Thank
okay,
you.
we're going out live to the show floor with Alex.
Yeah.
want to be there? Yeah. Do you want to be there? No. Oh, wow, it's so unfortunate.
So what an amazing day it's been. York has been so busy with all of his interviews, but we're just at the front of the care show now, but we're going to head down here and I'm going to talk to one of the stands over. So if you just follow me, here we are. Oh. Hello, how are you?
I'm good, thank you. How about yourself?
I'm good, thank you. Could I ask, what do you guys do?
So we are a IT company that specialises in providing all IT solutions to care companies and those in the care sector.
Amazing. And what have you wanted to get out of the 2 days being here, and why do you think it's really important to come to events like this?
So it's just really to connect to those that are within the care sector, like care homes and that and such, because we understand when you're working in care, all your information, all of your how you're storing that information and everything needs to be at a security level, which is so many hoops. So that's where we come into it. So we are not only an IT solutions company, but we actually have our very own data centre in the UK. We actually have 2 locations, and we are ISO certificated, and all of the security measures that we have done is tailored for the care industry. So a lot of the care industry, they're a bit worried about, okay, what is this thing, the cloud? We know that we need to be moving towards the cloud. How do we do that? And that's kind of where I kind of hold their hand and just go, it's okay, we'll come help you. We'll do it all for you.
I think that's definitely it, especially with technology at the moment as well, because it is so quickly changing, having to get everyone to adapt to that as well. So it's good that you come in hand to like help everyone.
Oh yeah, 100%, because we are techie people that specialises in providing tech for the care industry, but we understand those in care specialise in care. So we look after your technology so you guys can focus on doing the care work. So it's, yeah, it kind of makes sense. It's a bit of a no-brainer.
Absolutely. And can you tell me what all of these are? I feel like they're really like old school, so would you be able to explain a bit more about them and why you have them here?
Yeah, so in my office, we are all IT engineers, and of course, those that specialise in tech, we're all basically a bunch of geeks. So this is what I'd like to think as part of our trophy shelf. This is the Apricot. This is from 1984, okay? And for those that aren't familiar with this, it had absolutely no mouse. You operated it via keyboard commands that you would have to learn and practice. This right here would have been the hard drive. This just operated everything. So you'd have everything that you would need to operate on a floppy. I can't see it. I'll just leave it there. And unfortunately, this does fully work. However, an airline has been a bit mistreating of it in transit, and so I need to do a little bit of soldering on the transfuser in the back so that it's up and running again.
Oh my goodness!
Yeah, and here's some lovely little toys as well, again from 1984. Wow. So you can play like Street Fighter, Star Wars kid game. Cool. But yeah, we just thought, well, a lot of what we provide is in the cloud. I mean, we do provide actual physical servers, but as you can imagine, they're quite hefty to take around with us. So yeah, we thought we'd bring the fun things to Start Chat.
Yeah, I love it. Oh my goodness. Even yesterday, I saw these from afar and I was like, I really want to speak to you guys just because of this. So I'm really glad we did. And thank you so much for sharing all of that. It was really lovely. Thank you so much. See you later. Thank you. How cool is that? It's so funny how technology has just adapted so quickly. But hello. But I think we're going to go and head over to an hall. I have one in mind at the moment. So Sakara will follow me. This is, we're just about to go, we'll have to, sorry. Just going past our studio, but we're going to head over to a stall over here. Perfect, here we are. Hi. So we're doing a live stream at the moment, and I was just wondering if one of you would be happy to be on camera just to explain a bit about what you do and just have a quick chat.
Welcome's good at that.
Yeah, okay, perfect, thank you. So would you be able to explain what you guys do and yeah, who you are?
So I work for Lubbock Fine. It's a accountancy practice principally, which is nearly 100 years old. I work on the wealth management side of it, which is financial planning for individuals and corporates. And the accountancy practice is a full service firm which does audits and tax and outsourcing and payroll. And the financial planning side does all things financial planning for individuals and businesses.
Amazing. So what did you want to get out of the event here, and why do you think it's important to come to events like this?
We came with an open mind. We haven't really done exhibitions as such, certainly since COVID. So we've come along with that's absolutely open mind about whether there's wealth management opportunities or whether there's accounting opportunities, and we're really glad we took the risk and the chance, because we've had a lot of interest. I think we're the only accountancy practice here, certainly the only financial planning firm here, so yeah, very pleased.
Yeah, absolutely. I guess with events like this, it's good for that networking and talking to new people as well that you might not have met before, so I guess it's always good.
Yeah, and we've had some clients of the business who's actually come along and said hello, which is also good because we're in London, so London-based firm. So yeah, it's been good for lots of different angles.
Amazing, thank you so much. Would I be able to have a donut?
Is that on telly?
Yeah, thank you so much. On this, so this is our stand here. On the side, there's a QR code, and it's live now. So if you go on the QR code, you can watch it back and then have a look at that interview. All right, thank you so much. Amazing. Got a donut out of it as well. Well, to be honest with you, I think I'm going to eat my donut now. So I think we're going to go on a quick break, but I think York will have a few more interviews later on.
Hello, welcome back to the studio. Oh dear, it's been a long day.
It's been a
a long couple of days.
It has been, yeah.
How's your day been?
Very interesting. I've talked to lots of people.
Yeah.
I have talked to more people. And then I talked to some more people.
Fantastic
And then
stuff.
after that, I talked to someone else.
Who would have thought?
Very interesting.
And what were the interesting topics you were like kind of focusing on today, or did anyone say anything in particular?
It's a real mix.
Yeah.
I mean, I was particularly taken by the AI thing with the voice bot
Yeah.
thing. Don't know how
Tell
I
me
feel
a bit
about
about
it. It was
that.
so it's like a voice, so it's like an AI. You ring it up
Yeah.
or it rings you up, and you can talk to it about anything. So if
Wow.
you're like obsessed with Liverpool Football Club,
Yeah.
you can talk to it about Liverpool,
Mm.
and it will talk back to you. And it's sort of designed for people who are like lonely at home on their own,
Yeah.
or like people with like autism that might need to like really go in on like a specialist subject, and they've got no one to like listen to
Yeah.
them. And I feel like weird kind of like that's like a good thing that should be done by a human, but actually you can understand why it's not done by a human because people don't have time and space for that, which is sad.
Yeah.
But then equally, if this solution works for someone,
Yeah.
then who am I to?
I think it's a really interesting one, and I do think with AI in general, there's going to be people who love it and there's going to be people who don't. I always think that's going to be a conversation with AI.
Yeah.
But that does sound really interesting.
Yeah. I'd like to try it.
Yeah.
So it'd be
Fair enough
interesting, yeah.
then.
Well, so how was your day?
Nice. Yeah, not too bad, thank you. Spoke to some very interesting people. Spoke to a stand over there that had a computer from the 1980s, I think it was.
Nice.
And who knew that you didn't have a mouse in the 1980s? Everything was done via the keyboard.
When you say you, like,
as in like the people who own them.
oh, okay, yeah, because
Not
like,
you.
yeah, not me,
you.
because obviously, like,
No, not
that
you
old.
personally. But no, there's no mouse.
No.
So it was all via the keyboard.
Yeah, like very early computers would have been.
Yeah, but how interesting. That must have taken ages to do anything. So I found that really interesting. And we got a lot of sweeties today.
Yeah.
But I suppose I'll ask you the question. What is your favourite alternative milk?
Oat.
Oat.
Yeah.
Fair. So if you have to rank them.
Oat, soy, and then like in a long like
A long way down.
almonds, and then like so that's a long way down. So then imagine like further down, like dig in the ground, maybe like in the fiery pits of hell.
Lovely.
That's where coconut milk is.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, coconut's my favourite.
With all the bad people from history. All the bad people from history are there with the coconut milk.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Well, I love coconut milk.
I know you do.
And my least favourite, unless it's in a cup of tea, is soya.
Okay, fair enough, yeah.
I don't know why. It's just...
Soy's like habit for me, like
Yeah,
it's there
fair.
and that's the cheapest one as
It's
well.
free normally, isn't it?
Free?
It's free in like coffee shops.
No, we'd still charge for
Oh,
like
Costa
soy.
Coffee is free for
Is
soy.
it? Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, they're still much more expensive than milk.
Do you not have to have an alternative option for free?
I don't think so.
Oh.
I don't think it's a legal requirement.
Suppose not.
No, I don't think so.
Fair enough.
Like, I mean, so if you think like a pint of like a big bottle of milk, like a 6
Yeah.
pint one, is like £2.15,
Yeah.
and like a small thing of soy milk is £2.
Yeah.
So it's like it's way more expensive.
Yeah, wow. Who knew?
So yeah. Well, I did.
Amazing. Well, yes, you did.
Yeah, well,
you
you
do
know.
have a coffee shop.
There's that. So yeah.
But I think it's been a really good 2 days.
Yeah,
I think it's
cool.
been really positive. I feel like everyone's starting to pep up now.
They are.
But I think we're gonna go round and say goodbye to some people.
Yeah.
So shall we go off and do that?
Let's do it. Let's do
Amazing.
it.
Let's go. Let's go from the studio. I know exactly where I'd like us to go. Yeah, just down here.
There was
literally everyone's gone.
amazing croissants, wasn't there?
Oh
from
God,
I had some
they were absolutely incredible. Did you find out where they were from?
No, I need to go and ask them.
We'll have to go and ask. What, do you want to go and ask them now?
I wonder if there's anyone still there.
I can only imagine.
Oh, Sakara's running around. Don't trip over Sakara.
There's a ledge.
I don't know if there's anyone here from Sona.
Yeah.
There is.
Sona, isn't it Sona? Shall we go up? Shall I just, yeah.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Chaps,
Hello.
you're live. Don't say anything weird.
Really?
Yeah. We have a question. You know the croissants you had earlier, they chocolate and other
The
ones?
swirls.
Yeah. Where did you get them from?
They were from Ollie and Steen.
Yeah. Ollie
Ollie
and
and
Steen.
Steen.
I think it's Ollie and Steen.
Okay.
I think that's how
They
you pronounce
were
it.
banging.
Oh, they were
They were
delish.
good. Come yesterday, we had a whole variety.
Oh my
Did you?
goodness,
Okay.
we didn't
We'll have to
see.
check them out.
We'll have
get
to check
some,
them
order some
out.
for the
Yeah.
office. Thank you.
Thank you. See you later.
Have a nice show.
Well, now you know.
Yeah, now you go.
Now you know. But yes. Oh, this is dead.
Sakara's just got such. She's walking around with such confidence.
I know.
It's like she knows
She's
what
a brave
doing
gal.
and everything. Go this
No,
way. This way.
I want to see the sign. Have you not seen it?
Oh, okay. Maybe this is where we should end.
This is where we're going to end.
It is. Is
This
it robust? Can I climb on
You
it?
know, it says you're not allowed to stand.
Well, I mean,
but I thought it would be funny to do like a little lean.
Okay, we'll do that.
Like a little. I don't think they can hear you. You need the microphone.
It says do not. It says do not sit. I want to sit.
But
on
we
it.
can lean and then just say, "See you next time." Bye.
It's really hot.
Oh my god. How long should we wait?
They're actually
That is really quite dangerous. Do you want to pick in front of it?
Yeah.